Part 2. The Gathering. Chapter 7.
Stay out of there, Althalus. What's in there is none of your concern.
You're the one who opened the door, Em, he replied mildly. It swings both ways, you know.
Just mind your own business and quit snooping. You have to start paying closer attention. When I tell you which word to use, I'm sending a picture of what the word's going to do. You must have the picture in your mind as well as the word. The word's just a sound, pet. Nothing's going to happen if all you're doing is making noises. Now try it again.
How much longer is it before we have to leave?
About a month, 6 weeks at the most. As soon as spring arrives, we go, whether you're ready or not.
We have to pick up something in Arum?
The knife, yes.
Is that the knife I'll use when I kill Gehend?
Will you stop that?
Isn't that what this is all about? Gehend's interfering with what Davos is trying to do, so I'm supposed to get rid of him. It's not really all that uncommon, Em. I've done it before. I'm primarily a thief, but I'll take on a murder if the pay's right. I thought that's what you had in mind.
It most certainly is not.
It is a simple solution, Em, and you wouldn't even have to get your little paws dirty. We go to Arum and pick up the knife. Then I go to Nekvaros and cut Gehen's throat with it.
That's not what it's for, Althalus. It has writing on the blade. There are some people we're going to need, and we'll recognize them because they'll be able to read that writing.
Isn't that just a little exotic? Talk to your brother and find out who these people are. Then we'll chase them down and get on with this.
It doesn't work that way, Althalus. Situations change. If things have happened one way, we'll need certain people. If they've happened in another way, we'll need different people. Circumstances decide exactly who we're going to need.
Wouldn't that mean that the writing on the knife blade changes as the circumstances change?
No, it's not the writing that changes, Pet. It's the reading.
Wait a minute, doesn't the writing mean the same thing to everybody?
Of course it doesn't. Everybody who reads any writing gets a different meaning from it. When you look at the writing on the blade, you'll see a certain word. Other people will see a different word. Most people won't see words at all, only decorations. The people we want will see a word. They'll say that word out loud.
How will we know that they've read it right?
We'll know, Pet. Believe me, we'll know.
The tag end of winter dragged on for the next month or so, and then one night a warm wind blew in from the southwest, cutting the snow away almost overnight. Althalus stood at the south window watching the muddy brown streams overflowing their banks as they ripped their way down the mountainsides of Cagwar. "Did you do that, Em?" he asked.
Do what?
Call up that wind that's melting all the snow?
I don't tamper with the weather, Althalus. Davos doesn't like it when we do that.
If we don't tell him, maybe he won't notice. We are already cheating, Em. What's one more little cheat? Maybe we should work on that a bit. You teach me how to use the book, and I'll teach you how to lie, cheat, and steal. He grinned at her.
That isn't funny, Althalus, she flared.
I sort of like it. How about a little wager on which of us can corrupt the other first?
Never mind.
Corruption's a lot of fun, Em. Are you sure you wouldn't like to try it?
You stop that.
Think it over, Em, and let me know if you change your mind. They were both edgy for the next week while they waited for the spring runoff to subside. Then, after the mountain streams had returned to their banks, Althalus gathered up his weapons, and they made ready to leave. He pulled his cloak over his shoulders and looked around. "I guess that's everything," he said. "I'm going to miss this place. It's the first time I've ever had a permanent home. Do you think we'll be able to come back some day?"
"I think so, yes. Shall we leave?"
He picked her up, reached back, and spread the hood of his cloak. "Why don't you ride back there, Em?" he suggested. "Once we get outside, I might need to have both hands free in a hurry."
"All right,"
her voice murmured in his head. She crawled up over his shoulder and down into the bag-like hood.
"This should work out just fine."
"Will other people be able to see you when we get outside?"
"If we want them to. If we don't, they won't."
He looked at the curved wall and saw that she'd put the door back.
"No questions or comments?"
Her silent voice sounded disappointed. "Oh, I'm sorry, Em. How's this?" He threw himself back in an exaggerated posture of amazement. "Astonishing!" he exclaimed. "There seems to be a hole in that wall, and somebody even covered that hole with a door. Would you fancy that?" She hissed in his ear. He laughed, opened the door, and started down the stairs. "Don't forget to turn out the lights," he said, as they went on down. He remembered something as they were crossing the drawbridge. "This might not mean anything, Em," he said, "but I'll tell you anyway, since you always seem to tie your tail in a knot when I mention something that doesn't seem very important. There was some kind of animal following me when I first came here. I never saw it, but I could definitely hear the silly thing."
"What did it sound like?"
"It was a sort of wailing sound, but not quite like the howl of a wolf. I heard it off and on all the way here."
"A kind of despairing scream? The kind of cry a man might make if he'd just fallen off a cliff?"
"That comes close. It wasn't a man, though."
"No, it probably wasn't."
"Should I have hidden so that I could get a better look at it?"
"You wouldn't have really wanted to see that creature. It's something that Gehen sent to follow you, to make sure you were doing what he wanted you to do."
"Gend and I are going to have a little talk about that one of these days. Will that thing still be waiting out there on the other side of the bridge?"
"It might be. There's not much we can do about it if it is."
"I could chase it down and kill it."
"You can't kill it. It's a spirit. Is killing always your first answer to every problem?"
"Not every problem, Em, but I can kill things, or people, when the situation calls for it, and I don't get all weepy about it. It's part of the business I'm in. If I do my job right, I don't have to kill anybody. But if something goes wrong, well..."
"You're a terrible person, Althalus."
"Yes, I know. Isn't that why you hired me?"
"Hired?"
"You want something done, and you want me to do it for you. One of these days, before long, we'll have to discuss my wages."
"Wages?"
"I don't work for nothing, Em. That's unprofessional." He continued on across the bridge, his spear at the ready.
"You want gold, I suppose?"
she asked in an accusatory tone. "Oh, gold's all right, I suppose, but I'd really rather get paid in love. Love can't be counted, so it's probably even more valuable than gold."
"You're confusing me, Althalus."
"I was trying hard enough."
"You're teasing me, aren't you?"
"Would I do that? Me? Little old lovable me?" They reached the other side of the bridge, and Althalus stopped, listening intently for the wailing sound of Gehen's sentinel, but the forest and mountains remained silent. "It must have gotten bored," he said.
"Maybe,"
her voice murmured dubiously. He turned to take one last look at the house, but it wasn't there any more. "Did you do that?" he demanded.
"No, it takes care of that itself. You were able to see it when you came here because you were supposed to. Nobody else needs to see it, so they can't. Let's go to our room, pet," she said. Then she stirred around inside the bag-like hood of his cloak until she was comfortable, and went to sleep. They covered about 15 miles that day, travelling along the brink of the precipice Althalus still thought of as the edge of the world, despite the frozen glaciers that now loomed off to the north.
As evening approached, they took shelter in a clump of stunted trees, and Althalus built a fire. Then Emmy provided him with the words that produced bread and a roasted chicken.
Not too bad," she observed, nibbling at a piece of chicken. "But isn't it a little overdone?"
"I don't criticize your cooking, Em."
"Just a suggestion, pet. I wasn't criticizing."
He leaned back against a tree, stretching his feet out to the fire. "I think there's something you need to know, Em," he said after some reflection. "Before Gend hired me to go steal the book, I was having a run of bad luck. It might have worn off by now, but nothing was working for me the way it was supposed to."
"Yes, I know. I thought the paper money in Igor's strongbox was a nice touch, didn't you?"
He stared at her. "It was you? You were behind all that bad luck?"
"Of course. If your luck hadn't turned sour, you wouldn't have even considered Gehen's proposition, would you?"
"And before that, you were the one responsible for all the good luck I was so famous for?"
"Well, of course it was me, pet. If you hadn't had such a streak of good luck, you wouldn't have even recognized bad luck when it came along, would you?"
"You're the goddess of fortune, aren't you, Em?"
"It's a sideline, pet. We all play with the luck of certain people. It's a way to get them to cooperate."
"I've been worshipping you for years, Emmy."
"I know, and it's been just lovely."
"Wait a minute," he objected. "I thought you said that you didn't know that it was Gehend who hired me to steal the book. If you were perched right on my shoulder to play games with my luck, how could you have missed it?"
"I wasn't quite that close, Althalus. I knew that somebody was going to do it, but I didn't know it'd be Gehend himself. I thought he'd have some underling take care of it. Argan, maybe, or Knom. I'm sure it wouldn't have been Pekhal."
"Who are they?"
"Gehen's underlings. I'm sure you'll meet them before this is all over."
"You almost got me killed in Ikwaru, you know. Some of those arrows came awfully close when I was running across Queso's garden."
"But they didn't hit you, did they? I wasn't going to let anything happen to you, pet."
"That notion of paper money was your idea, wasn't it? Nobody could actually believe that paper's worth anything."
"The idea's been around for a while. People who are in the business of buying and selling things write little notes to each other. They're a sort of promise to pay, and they're not as cumbersome as gold is. The people of Magu have sort of formalized the idea."
"Were you the one who arranged for Gosti Big Belly to lie to me about what was in his strong room?"
"No, that was probably Gehend. He had as much reason as I did to want you to be unlucky right then."
I wondered why everything was turning so sour. I had people pouring trash on my luck from both sides of the fence.
"Isn't it nice to have everybody so concerned about you?"
"Then my luck has changed back now?"
"Of course it has, Althalus. I'm your luck, and I'll love you all to pieces as long as you do just exactly as I tell you."
She patted his cheek then with one soft paw. A few days later they reached the place where the dead tree stood. "It's still there?" Althalus was a bit startled.
"It's a landmark, pet. We sort of like to keep it here as a reference point."
They turned south there and travelled down through Kagwa for a week or so. Then late one afternoon they crested a hill and saw a rude village huddled in the next valley. "What do you think, Em?" Althalus said back over his shoulder. "Should we go in and talk with a few people? I've been out of touch for quite a while, so it might not be a bad idea to find out what's happening in the world."
"Let's not leave memories of our passing lingering behind us, pet. Gehend has eyes and ears everywhere."
"Good point," he agreed. "Let's sleep here, then. We can slip past that village before daybreak tomorrow."
"I'm not really sleepy, Althalus."
"Of course not. You've been sleeping all day. I'm the one who had to do the walking, and I'm tired."
All right, we'll rest your poor little legs here, then.
Althalus wasn't really all that tired, however. There was something about the rude village below that had immediately caught his eye when he'd crested the hill. There was a corral on the southern edge of the village, and there were horses in that corral and a number of rude saddles laid over the top rail. It was still a long way to Aram, and riding would probably be faster and easier than walking. He decided not to burden Emmy with his plan. He was a master thief, after all, so he was perfectly capable of stealing a horse and saddle without any help or commentary. He fixed supper, and after they'd eaten, they curled up under his cloak and went to sleep.
"What are you doing?"
Emmy asked with a sleepy thought as he was preparing to leave not long after midnight.
"I thought we should get an early start and slip past that village before the people woke up. Traveling at night's the best way I know of to avoid being seen." "You don't mind if I sleep a bit longer, do you?"
"Not at all, Em," he said.
"Just curl up in your little pouch and go back to sleep."
She squirmed around in the hood of his cloak as he started out. Then she got settled in and purred herself back to sleep. She woke up rather abruptly, however, when Althalus nudged his new horse into a loping canter.
"I suppose I should have guessed," she murmured.
"We are on a sort of sacred mission, aren't we, Em?" he replied with a tone of high-minded justification. "We're going out to save the world. It's only right and proper that the people along the way should lend a hand, isn't it?"
"You'll never change, will you, Althalus?"
"Probably not. No. Go back to sleep, Em. I've got everything under control now." Once they were mounted, they made good time, and they crossed out of Cagwar into the vast forest of Hewell a couple of days after Althalus had acquired the horse. There were villages here and there in the deep wood of Hewell now, and that offended Althalus. Hewell was supposed to be wild, but now grubby little men had come here to contaminate it. The villages were squalid-looking collections of rude huts, squatting on muddy ground and surrounded by garbage. They weren't much to look at, but what really offended Althalus were the tree stumps. These wretched intruders were cutting down trees. "Civilization," he muttered in tones of deepest contempt.
"What?"
Emmy asked. "They are cutting down trees, Em."
"Men do that, pet?"
"Little men, you mean? Men who are afraid of the dark and invent ways to talk about wolves without actually saying the word wolf. Let's get out of here. The sight of that trash heap makes me sick." They passed a few other villages on their way south, and the opinion he'd formed about the people who lived in those villages didn't improve very much. His humour began to improve as they rode up into the foothills of Aram. He was fairly certain that no matter how civilized man became, it was highly unlikely that they'd come up with a way to chop down mountains. They rode some distance up into the foothills, and on the second day, as evening settled over the mountains, Althalus rode back from the narrow track a ways and set up their night's camp in a small clearing.
"Could we have fish tonight, pet?"
Emmy asked once he had had their fire going. "I was sort of thinking about beef."
"We had beef last night."
He was about to say something, but suddenly laughed instead.
"What's so funny?"
"Haven't we had this conversation before? It seems that I can remember long talks about having the same thing 6 or 8 days in a row."
"That was different."
"I'm sure it was." He gave in. "All right, dear, if you want fish, we'll have fish." She began to purr in happy anticipation. Althalus slept well that night, but just before dawn he awoke quite suddenly as some almost forgotten instinct warned him of approaching danger. "Somebody's coming, Em." He jarred her awake with an urgent thought. Her green eyes opened immediately, and he felt her send out a searching thought. Then she hissed. "What's the matter?" he demanded.
"Back up. Be careful, Althalus. He's very dangerous."
"Didn't you tell me that he's one of Gen's people?"
"Gen's animal would come closer. There isn't much humanity left in Pekal. I'm sure he'll try to kill you."
"Lots of people have tried that, Em." He rolled out from under his cloak, reaching for his bronze-tipped spear.
Don't try to fight him, Althalus. He's a total savage and very vicious. He'll try to walk his way in close enough to reach you with his sword. I'd imagine that he's looking for breakfast along about now."
"He eats people?" Althalus exclaimed.
"That's one of his nicer habits."
"I think I remember a way to make him keep his distance," Althalus said with a bleak sort of grin. There was a crashing sound back in the undergrowth, and Althalus slipped behind a tree to watch. The man was huge, and his face was almost subhumanly brutish. He was bullying his way through the bushes, and he was swinging a large sword that obviously wasn't made of bronze.
"Where are you?"
he roared in a hoarse, animal-like voice.
"I'm more or less here," Althalus replied. "I don't think you need to come any closer."
"Show yourself."
"Why would I want to do that?"
"I want to see you."
"I'm not really all that attractive."
"Show yourself,"
the beast roared again.
"If you say so, neighbor,"
Althalus replied mildly. He stepped out from behind the tree, looking intently at the heavily armed savage. Then he said,
"Do you hear?"
The brute rose up off the ground with a startled oath.
"Just a precaution, friend," Althalus explained urbanely. "You seem a bit bad-tempered this morning. Somebody you ate, no doubt."
"Put me down!"
"No, I don't think we'll do it that way. You're fine just where you are."
The grotesque brute began swinging his sword at the air around him as if trying to slash at whatever was holding him suspended.
"You don't mind if I have a look at that, do you?"
Althalus asked as he held out his hand and said,
"Gwem!"
The huge sword spun out of the giant's hand and then drifted obediently down to Althalus.
"Very impressive,"
Althalus said, hefting the heavy weapon.
"You give that back!"
"No, sorry, you don't really need it."
Althalus stuck the heavy sword into the ground, and then neatly filched the brute's dagger and purse from his belt as well. Pekal began roaring, his face contorted with savage fury. Althalus lifted his hand and said,
"Dihir!"
again. Pekal rose about another 20 feet into the air. His face blanched, his eyes went very wide, and he stopped moving entirely.
"How's the view from up there?"
Althalus was beginning to enjoy this.
"Would you like to take a look at things from a few miles higher up? I can fix that, if you wish."
Pekal gaped at him, his eyes filled with sudden terror.
"Do we understand each other, friend?"
Althalus asked.
"Now then, the next time you see Gehent, give him my regards and tell him to quit playing around like this. I don't work for him any more, so he has no claim on me."
Althalus picked up his new purse and dagger. He tucked the purse in his pocket, pulled his new sword out of the turf, and tapped its heavy blade with the hilt of the dagger. It made a ringing sound. Then he tested the sword edge with his thumb. It seemed much sharper than his bronze sword.
"Very nice,"
he murmured. Then he looked up at Pekal.
"I certainly want to thank you for the gifts, friend," he said pleasantly. "All I have to give you in return are my old weapons, but since you're so much nobler than I am, I'm sure you won't mind."
He shed his bronze weapons.
"We'll have to do this again one of these days," he called. "You have yourself a very nice day now, here." "Are you going to just leave him up there?"
Emmy asked critically.
"Oh, I imagine he'll set along about the same time the sun does. If he doesn't come down today, he probably will tomorrow or the next day. Why don't we have a bite of breakfast and move on?"
She was trying to stifle her laughter without too much success.
"You're awful," she chuckled.
"Fun, though, don't you think?"
"Is that half-wit the best that Gehent can come up with?" "Pekal's the one Gehent summons when brute strength and savagery seem to be called for. The others are much more dangerous."
"Good. This might get kind of boring otherwise." He looked closely at his new dagger. "What is this metal?" he asked.
Men call it steel, she replied. They learned how to forge it about 1,000 years ago.
I was a little busy just then. That's probably why I missed it. Where does this metal come from?
You've seen all those red rocks in Placand, haven't you?
Oh, yes, Placand's red from one end to the other.
There's a metal called iron in those rocks. Men couldn't smelt it out of the rocks until they learned how to make hotter fires. Iron is harder than bronze, but it's brittle. It has to be mixed with other metals to make weapons or tools.
It's completely replaced bronze, then?
For most things, yes.
It might be better than bronze, but it's not as pretty. This grey is sort of depressing.
What on earth has that got to do with anything?
It's a question of aesthetics, Em. We should always strive to fill our lives with beauty.
I don't see anything beautiful in something that was designed to kill people.
There's beauty in everything, Em. You just have to learn to look for it.
If you're going to preach at me, I think I'll just curl up and go back to sleep.
Whatever you wish, Em. Oh, before you doze off, though, do you happen to know which clan here in Elm has that knife we're looking for? If I'm going to have to search every man in these mountains for it, we could be here for quite a while.
I know where it is, Pet, and you've been there before. You're even rather famous in the clan that has the knife.
Me? I try to avoid fame whenever I can.
I wonder why. You do remember the way to the Hall of Ghosty Big Belly, don't you?
Is that where the knife is?
Yes, the current clan chief has it. He doesn't know how he came by it or how important it is, so he keeps it in the room where all his spare weapons are.
Is that a coincidence of some sort? I mean, that the knife's in Ghosty's hall?
Probably not.
Would you care to explain that?
I don't think so. The word coincidence always seems to start religious arguments for some reason.
For the next several days they travelled along the ridge line Althalus had followed to make good his escape from Ghosty, and they finally reached the high pass that overlooked the canyon where Ghosty's hall had stood. The rough log fort had been replaced by a large stone castle. The rickety toll bridge that had been the source of Ghosty's meagre wealth was gone, and the bridge that now spanned the rushing stream was a structure of stone arches. Althalus turned his horse off the trail and rode back into the trees.
"Aren't we going on down?"
Emmy asked. "It's almost evening, Em. Let's wait and go down in the morning."
"Why?"
"My instincts tell me to wait, all right?"
"Oh, well,"
she replied with exaggerated sarcasm,
"we must obey our instincts, mustn't we?"
"Be nice," he murmured. Then he dismounted and went over to the edge of the trees to look at the settlement outside the fort. Something struck him as peculiar. "Why are the men all wearing dresses?" he asked.
"They call them kilts, Althalus."
"A dress is a dress, Em. What's wrong with leggings like mine?"
"They prefer kilts. Don't be picking any fights with them about their clothing. Keep your opinions to yourself."
"Yes, ma'am," he replied. "You'll want fish for dinner again, I suppose?"
"If it's not too much trouble."
"And if it is?"
"That's just too bad, isn't it?"
Chapter 8. Althalus and Emmy woke early the next morning, but they waited until the villagers started stirring before Althalus mounted his horse and rode through the woods to the trail that led on down to the settlement. He noticed that the houses were more substantial now than they'd been the last time he'd been here. They reached the settlement just as a husky fellow in a dirty kilt came out of one of the houses near the wall of the castle. He was stretching and yawning, but when he saw Althalus riding toward him, his eyes became suddenly alert. "You there, stranger!" he called. "Were you talking to me?" Althalus replied innocently.
You don't live here, so you're a stranger, aren't you?
Althalus made some show of looking around. "Why, blast my eyes, I do believe you're right. Isn't it strange that I hadn't noticed that myself?" The man's suspicious look softened, and he started to chuckle. "Was it something I said?" Althalus asked, feigning wide-eyed innocence and climbing down from his horse.
You're a humorous fellow, I see.
"I try. I've found that a little humor smooths over the awkward moments when I first meet somebody. It lets people know that I'm not really a stranger, but only a friend they haven't met yet."
Oh, I'll have to remember that one,
the now openly grinning man said.
"And what might your name be, friend? I haven't met yet."
"I'm called Althalus."
Is that supposed to be a joke?
"That wasn't what I had in mind. Is there something wrong with it?"
"There's a very old story in our clan about a man named Althalus. Oh, my name's Degra, by the way."
He held out his hand. Althalus shook hands with him. "Pleased to meet you. What's the gist of this story about that other Althalus?"
"Well, as it turned out, he was a thief."
"Really? What did he steal?"
"Money, I'm told. The clan chief back in those days was named Gosty Big Belly, and he was the richest man in the world."
"My goodness."
"Oh, yes. Gosty's strong room was filled to the rafters with gold until Althalus came along. Anyway, this Althalus could tell jokes so funny that they made the walls laugh. Then, late one night, after everybody in the hall had drunk himself to sleep, the thief Althalus broke into Gosty's strong room and stole every single gold coin there. The story says that he had to steal 20 horses just to carry it all away."
"That's a lot of gold."
"It was indeed. I'd imagine that the story's been exaggerated a little over the years, though, so there probably wasn't all that much gold in the strong room."
"I'm sure you're right, Degra. I heard a story once about a man who was supposed to be as big as a mountain."
"I'm going on to the hall," Degra said. "Why don't you come along and I'll introduce you to our chief? I think he'd really like to meet a man called Althalus."
"Probably so that he can keep his eye on me. My name might raise a few suspicions around here."
"Don't worry, my friend. Nobody takes those old stories seriously anymore."
"I certainly hope not."
"Would it alarm you if I told you that you've got a cat peeping out of the hood of your cloak?"
"No, I know she's there. I was camped up in the mountains, and she wandered in, probably to steal some food. We sort of took to each other, so we're traveling together for a while. What's your chief's name?"
"Elbron. He's young, but we think he's going to work out fairly well. His father, Bascon, spent most of his time face down in the nearest ale barrel, and a drunken clan chief tends to make mistakes."
"What happened to him?"
"He got roaring drunk one night and went up to the top of the highest tower to challenge God to a fight. Some say that God took him up on it, but I think he just wobbled and fell off the tower. He splattered himself all over the courtyard."
"Everybody dies from something, I suppose." They went on into the courtyard of the stone castle. Althalus noticed that it was paved, much as the courtyard of the house at the end of the world had been. Degra led the way up the steps to the massive door, and they proceeded down a long torchlit corridor to the dining hall. There were bearded men sitting at a long table there, eating breakfast off of wooden plates. Althalus glanced around as he and Degra approached the table. The bleak stone walls were decorated with battle flags and a few antiquated weapons, and the logs burning in the fire pit crackled cheerfully. The stone floor had obviously been swept that morning, and there weren't any dogs gnawing bones in the corridors.
"Neatness counts,"
Emmy's voice murmured approvingly.
"Maybe," he replied, "but not for very much."
"My chief,"
de Greux said to the kilted man with shrewd eyes and a clean-shaven face at the head of the table.
"This traveller was passing through, and I thought you might want to meet him, since he's very famous."
"Oh?" the clan chief said.
"Everybody's heard of him, my chief. His name's Althalus."
"You're not serious?" De Greux was grinning openly now.
"Well, that's what he told me, Albron. Of course, if that's really his name, he might have lied about it to put me off my guard."
"De Greux, that doesn't make any sense at all."
"I just woke up, Chief. You don't expect me to make sense when I first get up, do you?"
Althalus stepped forward and bowed elegantly. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Chief Albron," he said. Then he looked around the hall. "I see that you've made some improvements since my last visit."
"You've been here before?"
Albron asked, with one quizzically raised eyebrow. "Yes, quite some time ago. The chief in those days used to keep pigs in this hall. Pigs are nice enough animals, I suppose, good to their mothers and all, but they don't make very good house pets. And the dining hall isn't really the place to keep them, unless you like your bacon very fresh." Albron laughed.
"Is your name really Althalus?"
Althalus sighed with feigned regret. "I'm afraid so, Chief Albron," he replied theatrically. "I was positive that your clan had forgotten me by now. Fame can be so inconvenient sometimes, can't it, my lord? Anyway, since my dreadful secret's out in the open, and if you're not too busy, maybe we can get right down to cases here. Has your clan managed to amass enough gold since my last visit to make it worth my while to rob you again?" Chief Albron blinked, and then he burst into laughter. Althalus pushed on. "Since you already know my dreadful secret, there's no point in beating about the bush, now is there? When would it be most convenient for you to have me rob you? There'll be all that shouting and running around and organizing pursuits and the like. You know how disruptive a robbery can be sometimes."
"You carry your age very well, Master Althalus," Chief Albron noted with a grin. "According to that story we all heard when we were children, you robbed Gosty Big Belly several thousand years ago."
"Has it been that long? My goodness, where does the time go?"
"Why don't you join us for breakfast, Master Althalus?" Albron invited. "Since you plan to rob me of all my gold, you're going to need a few dozen horses to carry off all your loot. We could discuss that over breakfast. I've got a few spare horses, and some of them even have all four of their legs. I'm sure we can strike a bargain on them. Just because you're planning to rob me, it shouldn't get in the way of our doing business together, should it?"
Althalus laughed and joined the group of men at the table. They bantered back and forth over breakfast, and after they'd eaten, the young Chief Albron offered Althalus a tankard of something he called ale.
"Never mind,"
Emmy's voice murmured. "It wouldn't be polite to refuse, Em," he sent back his silent reply. Then he lifted the tankard and drank. It took all of the self-control he could bring to bear to keep from spitting the awful stuff onto the floor. Good rich mead was one thing, but Albron's ale was so bitter that Althalus almost choked on it.
"Told you,"
Emmy's voice sounded smug. Althalus carefully set the tankard down. "This has all been very entertaining, Chief Albron," he said, "but there's a question I need to ask you."
"The best escape route to take after you've robbed me?"
Althalus laughed. "No, my lord. If I were really that other Althalus, I'd have planned my escape before I even came down here. As you probably noticed from my clothes, I'm not an Arum."
"That had sort of crossed my mind, Master Althalus."
"Actually, I come from over to the east in Ansu, and I've been trying to track something down for several years now."
"Something valuable?"
"Well, not to anybody else, probably, but it's something I need to have to lay claim to an inheritance. My father's older brother is the arcane of our region."
"Arcane?"
It's a title of nobility, my lord, sort of an equivalent to your own title. Anyway, my uncle's only son, my cousin, had an argument with a bear a few years back, and not many men win those kind of arguments, since the bears of Ansu are very big and very bad-tempered. Anyway, my cousin lost the argument, and since his father, my uncle, only had the one son, his title's going to be vacant after he dies.
And you'll succeed him. Congratulations, Master Althalus,
Albron said. It's not quite that cut and dried, my lord, Althalus said, making a sour face. I've got another cousin, the son of my father's younger brother, and he and I were both born in the same summer. We Ansus don't have a very precise calendar, so nobody can really be sure which of us is the eldest.
Wars tend to break out over things like that.
My uncle, the Arcane, realized that too, my lord. That's when he called my cousin and me to his castle and told us very firmly to stop recruiting armies and forming alliances. Then he told us a story. It seems that many years ago one of our ancestors had owned a very pretty dagger. There'd been one of those little wars that break out in Ansu from time to time, and our ancestor had gotten himself killed. Then, after the sun had gone down, the scoundrels who lurk like vultures around the edges of every battlefield came out to rob the dead.
Oh, yes, Albron said, nodding grimly.
You've seen the same sort of thing yourself, I gather. Anyway, one of those scoundrels picked up our ancestor's dagger. It didn't have any jewels in the hilt or anything, but it was ornamental enough that the rascal thought he could probably sell it for enough to make it worth his while. Our uncle told my cousin and me that he was proposing a sort of contest. Whichever one of us could track down that dagger and bring it back to him would be the one who'd get his title. Althalus sighed dramatically. I've been running hard ever since that day. You would not believe how interesting life can be when you're looking for an antique with one eye and watching for assassins with the other.
Assassins?
My other cousin's a bit lazy, my lord, so the idea of wandering around the world looking for an ancient knife doesn't light any warm fires in his heart. He seems to feel that it would be much easier to have me murdered than it'd be to try to win a race with me. Anyway, to get to the point here, I happened across a fellow who told me that he'd been in your arms room once, and he said that he was almost certain that he'd seen a knife there that fit the description of the one I just told him about. Althalus cast a covert look at Chief Albron. The story he'd just conjured up out of the whole cloth seemed to have fired the clan chief's imagination. Althalus was quite pleased to discover that he hadn't lost his touch. Chief Albron rose to his feet.
Why don't we go and have a look, Arcane Althalus? He suggested.
I'm not the Arcane yet, my lord, Althalus amended.
You will be if that dagger's in my armory. You're a well-spoken man with a civilized sense of humor, Althalus. Those are noble qualities, and your cousin's an absolute knave. I'll do everything in my power to see to it that you inherit your uncle's title.
Althalus bowed. You honor me, my lord, he said.
Wasn't that all just a little thick?
Emmy's voice suggested. I know these Arams, Em, so I know exactly what kind of story to tell them. Actually, that was a very good one. It had a threat of civil war, a hero, a villain, and a quest fraught with danger. What more does a good story need?
A little bit of truth might have added something.
I don't like to contaminate a good story with truth, Em. That would be a violation of my artistic integrity, wouldn't it?
Oh, dear,
she sighed. Trust me, little kitten, that knife's as good as in my hands already, and I won't even have to buy it. Albron's going to give it to me outright, along with his blessing. Albron's armory was a stone-walled chamber at the back of his castle, and it was littered with all kinds of swords, axes, pikes, helmets, daggers, and shirts made of chain.
This is my armorer, Rahid.
Albron introduced Althalus to a blocky, kilted fellow with a bristling red beard. Describe this dagger you're looking for to him. "It's about 1.5 feet long, Master Armourer," Althalus told the red-bearded man, "and it's got an odd-shaped blade, sort of like a laurel wreath. There's a design etched into the blade. From what I understand, the design's actually writing in some ancient language that nobody understands anymore." Riud scratched his head. "Oh," he said, "it's that one. It's very pretty, but it's a little ornate for my taste. I prefer more business-like weapons." "It's here, then?" "Well, it was. Young Elia came here to arm himself before he went off to that war down in Treboria. He took a fancy to that knife, so I let him take it." Althalus gave Chief Albron a puzzled look. "Have you got a quarrel of some kind with somebody in Treboria, my lord?" "No, it's a business arrangement. In the old days, the lowlanders were always trying to persuade the clan chiefs of Aram to agree to alliances with them, alliances where we'd do the bleeding and they'd get the profit. There was a conclave of all the clan chiefs of Aram about 50 years ago, and the chiefs all agreed that there weren't going to be any more of those alliances with the lowlanders. The way things are now, if the lowlanders need soldiers, they'll have to rent them." "Rent?" "Oh, it works out very well for us, Master Althalus. We don't ally ourselves with anybody during those wars, so we don't get swindled out of our share when the war's over. It's all strictly business now. If they want soldiers, they pay for them in advance, and we won't accept promissory notes or paper money. They pay in gold, and they pay before any of our men start marching." "How did the lowlanders take that?" "Well, from what I've heard, their screams of outrage were echoing off the moon. The clan chiefs of Aram have held firm, though, so now the lowlanders either pay or they fight their own wars." Albron scratched his chin reflectively. "We're a warlike people here in Aram, and there was a time when almost anything could set off a clan war. It's not that way here anymore. There hasn't been a clan war in Aram for 40 years. Althalus grinned at him. "Why burn down your neighbors for fun when you can set fire to Perquane and Treboria for profit?" he said. "Which Treborian city bought the services of this young Elia?"
"Canthon, wasn't it, Riud?" Albron asked. "Sometimes I lose track. I've got men involved in 6 little wars down there right now."
"Yes, my lord," Riud replied. "This was Elia's first war, so you sent him off to one of the quiet ones so he could get his feet wet in shallow water his first time out. That war between Canthon and Osthos has been simmering for the last 10 centuries, and nobody's taking it very seriously."
"Well," Althalus said, "I guess I get to go to Canthon, then. There's something to be said for that, I suppose."
"Oh?" Albron asked.
"It's open country down there in Treboria. I don't want to offend you, my lord, but there are too many trees here in Aram for my taste."
"Don't you like trees?"
"Not when one of my cousin's assassins might be hiding behind any one of them. Flat, open country's sort of boring, but some boredom might give my nerves a bit of a rest. Here lately they've been stretched as tight as a bowstring. What does Elia look like?"
"He's sort of gangly," the red-bearded armourer said. "He's only about 15 years old, so he's still growing. If he lives, he'll probably turn into a fairly respectable warrior. He isn't any too bright, but he might outgrow that. He's got a lot of enthusiasm, and he's convinced that he's the greatest warrior alive."
"I'd better hurry, then," Althalus said. "Young Elia sounds like a fellow who's just brimful of incipient mortality."
"Nicely put, Master Althalus," Albron said admiringly. "That description fits just about every adolescent male in the whole of Aram."
"They're good for business, though, aren't they, Chief Albron?"
"Oh, yes," Albron smirked. "I can usually get double price for the young ones."
Althalus and Emerald left Albron's castle the next morning and travelled south.
"Do you know the way to Canthon?" Emmy asked as they rode on down the canyon.
"Of course, Em. I know several ways to just about every city in the world."
and several other ways to get out of them.
Naturally, getting out of town in a hurry is sometimes very necessary for people in my profession.
I wonder why.
Be nice, Emmy. Where do we go after we get the knife away from Ilya?
I haven't the faintest idea.
What?
Don't worry, Althalus. The writing on the knife will tell us where to go.
I thought the words on the blade were there to identify the people we're going to need.
That's part of what they say, but only part of it. The writing on the blade is much more complex than that, Pet, and it changes with the circumstances. It tells us where to go, who we need to find, and what we are supposed to do next.
It sounds to me as if it's almost like the book.
Sort of, yes. The knife changes, though, and the book doesn't. Let's move along, Althalus. We have a long way to go.
They rode down into the plains of Perquane, and after about a week they reached the city of Magu. There had been many changes in Magu since Althalus had last been there, but the ancient temple was still the most prominent building in town. As they rode past it, Althalus was a bit startled by Emmy's reaction. She was riding, as always, in the hood of his coat, and she laid back her ears and hissed at the temple.
"What was that all about?"
he asked her.
I hate that place,
she replied vehemently.
"What's wrong with it?"
It's grotesque.
It's a little fancy, but not much more than other temples I've seen.
I'm not talking about the temple, Althalus. I'm talking about the statue inside.
You mean the one with all those extra bosoms? It's just the local goddess, Em. You don't have to take it so personally.
It is personal, Althalus.
He could feel her fuming outrage, and he looked sharply back over his shoulder at her. A sudden notion struck him, and he sent a probing thought into that part of her mind she'd always insisted was personal and private. He was stunned by what he found. "Is that who you really are?" he gasped.
"I've told you to stay out of there."
"You're Drea, aren't you?"
"Amazing. You even pronounced it right."
Her tone was snippy. She was definitely not in a good humor. Althalus was awed. "Why didn't you tell me?" he demanded.
"It wasn't any of your business who I am."
"Do you really look anything like that statue?"
"Like a brood sow, you mean? Like a whole herd of brood sows?"
"I was talking about the face, not all those extra—" He groped for a non-offensive word.
"The face isn't accurate either."
"A fertility goddess. What's fertility got to do with anything?"
"Would you like to rephrase that question while you still have your health?"
"Maybe I should just drop it."
"Wise decision."
They rode on out of Magu, and Althalus struggled with what he'd just discovered. In a peculiar sort of way, it began to make sense. "No biting," he said to Emmy. "Just tell me if I've got this straight. Davos makes things, right?"
"So?"
"After he's made them, though, he goes on to make other things, and he turns the things he's already made over to you. You're the one who keeps them alive by making sure that they all have offspring, or whatever." Then another thought came to him. "That's why you hate Daivos so much, isn't it, Em? He wants to destroy everything Davos made, but you want to preserve it, to keep it alive. Is that why your names all begin with the same sound? Davos, Drea, and Daiva? And does that mean that you're Daiva's sister as well as the sister of Davos?"
"It's a little more complex than that, Althalus, but you're nibbling around the edges of it. There are some men coming up the road toward us."
Althalus looked on ahead. "Maybe you'd better pull your head in until I find out who they are." As the men came closer, Althalus saw that they were wearing kilts. Most of them were also wearing bloody bandages, and several were hobbling along with the aid of wooden staffs. "Arams," he muttered to Emmy. "The markings on their kilts suggest that they are members of Elbron's clan."
"What are they doing here in Perquane?"
"I don't know, Em. I'll ask them." Althalus reined in his horse and waited as the wounded men hobbled closer. The man at the front of the column was tall, lean, and dark-haired. He had a bloody bandage wrapped about his head and a sour look on his face. "You gentlemen are a long way from home," Althalus said, by way of greeting.
"We're trying to do something about that right now," the sour-faced man said.
"You're of Elbron's clan, aren't you?"
"How did you know that?"
"The markings on your kilts, neighbor."
"You don't look like an Aram to me."
"I'm not, but I'm acquainted with your customs. It looks as if you run into some trouble."
"That sort of covers it, yes. Chief Elbron hired us out to work in a war over in Treboria. It was supposed to be a quiet little war, but it got out of hand."
"It wasn't by any chance that little squabble between Canthon and Osthos, was it?" A cold lump began to settle somewhere in the vicinity of Althalus' stomach.
"You've heard about that one?"
"We've just come from Chief Elbron's hall."
"We?"
"My cat and me," Althalus explained.
"A cat's an odd travelling companion for a grown man,"
the lean man observed. He glanced back at his battered troops.
"Rest a bit,"
he barked out the command. Then he sat down onto the grass at the side of the road.
"If you've got a little time, I'd sort of like to know what's up ahead of us,"
he said to Althalus. "Of course." Althalus swung down from his saddle. "My name's Althalus, by the way." The wounded war chief gave him a startled look. "It's just a coincidence," Althalus explained. "I'm not really that Althalus."
"I didn't really think so. I'm called Kahalor, and I'm the ancient of what's left of this group of Elbron's clansmen."
"You don't look all that ancient to me."
"It's a Treborian title, friend Althalus. We're supposed to try to fit in when we come down into the Low Countries to fight their wars for 'em. Back at home they call me Sergeant. Did you happen to cross any groups of armed men on your way out of the mountains?"
"Nothing out of the ordinary, Sergeant Kalor. A few hunters is about all. I think you'll be able to get home without any trouble. From what your chief told me, the clans of southern Aram are more or less at peace with each other. What happened to you and your men?"
"Elbron hired us out to the Canthons about 6 months or so ago. Like I told you before, it was supposed to be a quiet little war. About all we were supposed to do was march around in places where the Osthos could see us. The usual sorts of things, you understand. Flex our muscles, wave our swords and axes, shout war cries and all the other foolishness that impresses the lowlanders. Then the feeble-minded fool that sits on the throne of Canthon got carried away and ordered us to invade the territory of the Arroyo of Osthos."
The sergeant shook his head in disgust. "You couldn't talk him out of it?"
"I tried, Althalus. God knows I tried. I told him that I didn't have enough men for that, and that he'd have to hire 10 times as many as he already had before I could mount an invasion. But the silly ass wouldn't listen. Don't ever try to explain military reality to a lowlander."
"You got yourself trounced, I take it?"
"Trounced only begins to cover it. I got a mud puddle stomped into me backside, if you want to know the truth. Unfortunately, we took the Osthos by surprise when we marched across their frontier."
"Unfortunately?"
"They didn't expect us to do that, so they weren't ready for us. That gave the idiot in Canthon all sorts of wild delusions, and he ordered me to lay siege to the city of Osthos itself. I didn't have enough men to set up a picket line around the place, much less lay siege to it, but the jackass in Canthon wouldn't listen to me."
Althalus started to swear.
"When your vocabulary begins to run dry, I can give you whole platoons of interesting things to say about my former employer. I've been inventing new swear words for the last 2.5 weeks. You seem to be taking this sort of personally.
Yes, I am. I've been looking for a young fellow who's under your command. His name's Leigh. He doesn't happen by any chance to be among your wounded, does he?
I'm afraid not, Althalus. I'd imagine that Elia's long dead by now, unless that savage girl down in Ossos is still slicing very tiny pieces off him.
What happened?
Leigh was very enthusiastic about this business. You know how young fellas are in their first war. Anyway, the Ario of Ossos had ordered his troops to fall back every time they saw us. Leigh and some of my other green troops thought that meant that they were cowards instead of men who had a very clever leader. When they reached the walls of the city, the Ossos just closed their gates and invited us to try to get in if we thought we could. I had this cluster of young enthusiasts on my hands, and they were all jumping up and down and frothing at the mouth and begging me to mount an assault on the walls. Leigh was the one who was screaming the loudest, so I put him in charge and ordered him to take a run at the gate and see how many of his men he would get killed.
That's a blunt way to put it, Sergeant.
It's the only real way to find out if a young leader's got sand in his craw. Leigh was a nice boy, and the other young fellows all sort of followed his lead. That's part of my job. I'm supposed to keep an eye on these natural leaders and put them into situations where they can prove whether or not they've got what it takes to lead troops. Getting some of your people killed is part of the business of command. Well, to cut this short, Leigh and his puppies went all rushing across the meadow toward the city gate, screaming and waving their weapons as if they thought they could frighten the walls into falling down. When they were about 50 paces from the gate, it swung open, and the Ario of Ossos personally led out his troops to give my howling little barbarians a quick lesson in good manners.
By hand, I assume, Althalus added in a gloomy voice.
Also by foot. They tramped all over my little boys. Leigh was right in the thick of things, naturally, and he was really doing quite well until he came up against the Ario himself, who just happened to be armed with a battle-axe. Leigh took a wild swing at the Ario's head with his sword, and the Ario blocked it with his axe. Leih's sword broke off just above the hilt, and I thought, well, goodbye, Leigh. But the boy surprised me, and he probably surprised the Ario even more. He threw what was left of his sword right at the Ario's face and went for his dagger. Before the Ario could regain his balance, Leigh was all over him, and he was working that dagger double time. He must have stabbed that poor nobleman 24 times, and he left a gash as wide as his hand with every stab. I didn't really think that ornamental dagger of his was worth all that much, but it certainly leaves big holes in people if a man uses it right. The Ario's men swarmed Leigh under, of course, and they took him and some of his men prisoner and went back into the city with them.
Who was this woman you mentioned before?
The Ario's daughter. There's a girl who can probably cut glass with her voice from a mile away. We could hear her very clearly when her father's soldiers carried his body to her. We even heard her when she ordered the soldiers to come out of the city and chop us into little pieces. I didn't think real soldiers would take orders from a woman, but Andine's got the kind of voice you can't really ignore.
Kahalor winced.
It seems that I can still hear her, but for all I know, I really can. You've never heard a voice like that one. It's only been 2.5 weeks, and she might very well be still screaming about how many yards of our entrails she wants draped over every tree in the vicinity.
Andine? Althalus asked.
That's her name. It's a pretty name for a pretty girl, but she's got a very ugly mind.
You've seen her?
Oh, yes. She stood up on top of the city wall to gloat while her soldiers butchered us. She kept screaming for more blood and waving Leih's dagger around. She's a total savage, and she's the ruler of Ossos now.
A woman? That startled Althalus.
Oh, she's no ordinary woman, Althalus. That one's made out of steel. She was the Ario's only child, so they're probably all bowing to her and calling her Ariandine. If Elia's lucky, she just had him killed outright. I sort of doubt that, though. More probably she's been carving pieces off him with his own knife and making him watch while she eats them. I wouldn't be at all surprised to hear that she's trying to come up with a way to cut out his heart so fast that he'd still be alive long enough to watch her eat it right in front of his face. Stay away from that one, Althalus. I'd advise you to give her 40 or 50 years to cool down before you go anywhere near her.
Chapter 9. "Why should we care if she kills him, Em?" Althalus asked. "It's the knife we want, not some half-grown little boy from Aram."
"When are you going to learn to look beyond the end of your nose, Althalus?"
Her tone was a bit snippy, and there was enough condescension in it to be offensive. "That's about enough of that, Em," he told her crisply.
"Sorry, Pet," she apologized. "That was a little nasty, wasn't it? What I'm getting at is that everything is connected. Nothing happens in isolation. Elia's probably some crude, unschooled barbarian from the back country of Aram, but he did pick up that knife back in Albron's arms room. It might have been a whim, but we can't be sure of that until we test him. If he can't read what's written on the blade, we'll pat him on the head and tell him to run along home. If he can read it, though, he'll have to come with us."
"What if he's like I was before I came to the house? I couldn't even read my own name back then."
"I noticed. It won't matter whether he can read or not. If he happens to be one of the selected ones, he'll know what the writing means."
"How will we know if he's got it right?"
"We'll know, Pet. Believe me, we'll know."
"Why don't you enlighten me? Tell me what the word on the blade is."
"It varies. It'll mean something different to each person who reads it."
"Emmy, that doesn't make any sense at all. A word's a word, isn't it? It's supposed to have one specific meaning."
"Does the word home have a specific meaning?"
"Of course it does. It means the place where a man lives, or maybe the place he originally came from."
"Then it has a different meaning for each person, doesn't it?"
He frowned.
"Don't beat yourself over the head with it, Pet. The word that's carved into the knife blade is a command, and it tells each one of the people we have to locate to do something different."
"It can't just be one word, then?"
"I didn't say that it was. Each reader will see it differently."
"It changes, then?"
"No, it's permanent. The writing stays the same. It's the reading that changes."
"You're starting to give me a headache, Em."
"Don't brood about it, Alfie. It'll make more sense to you once we get the knife. Our problem right now is getting the knife and Elia away from Undine."
"I think I've already got the answer to that one, Em. I'll just buy them from her."
"Buy?"
"Pay her to give them to me."
"Althalus, Elia's a person. You can't buy people."
"You're wrong about that, Em. Elia's a captured soldier, and that means he's a slave now."
"That's disgusting."
"Of course it is, but that's the way things are. I'll have to rob a few rich people to get enough gold to buy Elia and the knife. If Arya Andine's as dead set on butchering Elia as Sergeant Kahalo seems to think she is, I'll need lots of gold to persuade her to sell him to me."
"Maybe,"
she murmured, her green eyes going distant.
But then again, maybe not. If we use the book right, she'll be more than happy to sell him to us.
I've come across vindictive ladies before, Em. Believe me, it'll take a lot of gold. If Sergeant Carlaw was anywhere at all close to being right, she's developed a strong appetite for Eliar's blood by now. Let's see if we can find some rich man's house. I'll rob him, and then we can go and make Undine an offer.
There are other ways to get gold, Althalus.
I know, mining it out of the ground. I don't care for doing it that way. I've seen a lot of deep holes in the mountainsides of Kagwa, and from what I hear, only about 1 in 100 has turned up even a speck of gold.
I believe I can improve on those numbers, pet.
I still don't like chopping at the ground, Em. It makes my back hurt.
That's because you don't get enough exercise. Let's move right along. We have several days' travel ahead of us before you get to start digging.
There isn't any gold down here in the low country, Em.
There is, if you know where to look. Ride on, my brave boy. Ride on.
Was that supposed to be funny? They rode south across the parched grain fields of Perquane for the next several days, moving at a steady canter. It was about mid-afternoon on the third day after their meeting with Sergeant Carlaw, when Althalus reined in and dismounted.
"Why are we stopping?"
Emmy asked. "We've been pushing the horse a bit. I'll walk alongside to give him a rest." He looked around at the sun-baked fields. "Skimpy," he observed.
"What is?"
"This year's crop. It looks to me as if it's hardly going to be worth the trouble to harvest it."
"It's the drought, pet. It doesn't rain much anymore."
"We should be getting close to the coastline, Em. It always rains along the coast."
"We're a long way from where the coast is now, pet. We talked about that back at the house, remember? The ice locks up more of the world's water every year. That causes the drought and lowers the sea level."
"Are we going to be able to repair that?"
"What do you mean?"
"Melt the ice so that things go back to the way they are supposed to be?"
"Why do men always want to tamper with the natural order of things?"
"When something breaks, we fix it, that's all."
"What gave you the absurd idea that it's broken?"
"It's not the way it was before, Em. To our way of looking at things, that means that it's broken."
"Now which one of us is thinking the way Daiva thinks?"
"Drying up the oceans and turning the world into a desert doesn't make things better, Em."
"Change doesn't necessarily mean improvement, Althalus. Change is just change. Better and worse are human definitions. The world changes all the time, and no amount of complaining is going to stop it from changing."
"The seacoast shouldn't move around," he declared stubbornly.
"You can tell it to stop if you'd like. It might listen to you, but I wouldn't make any large wagers on it if I were you."
She looked around.
"We should reach the place we're looking for sometime tomorrow."
"Have we been looking for some place special?"
"Sort of special. It's the place where you're going to start working for your living."
"What an unnatural thing to suggest."
"It will be good for you, love. Fresh air, exercise, wholesome food."
"I think I'd sooner take poison." They set up a rudimentary camp in a scraggy thicket some distance back from the road that evening and started out again shortly after dawn.
"There it is," Emmy said after they'd ridden for a couple of hours.
"There what is?"
"The place where you do some honest work, pet."
"I wish you'd stop rubbing my nose in that." He looked across what appeared to be a long-abandoned field at a kind of knoll, sparsely covered with stunted, tired-looking grass. "Is that it?" he asked.
"That's the place."
"How can you tell? It's just a hill. We've passed dozens of others just like it."
"Yes, we have. This one isn't an ordinary hill, though. It's the ruins of an old house that's been covered with dirt."
"Who buried it like that?"
"The wind. The ground's very dry now, so the wind picks up dirt and carries it along until it comes to something that blocks it. That's where it drops the dirt."
"Is that the way all hills get built?"
"Not all of them, no."
Althalus squinted at the rounded hillock. "I think I'm going to need some tools. I'll dig if you insist, Em, but I'm not going to do it with my bare hands."
"We'll take care of that. I'll tell you the word to use."
"I still think it would be easier just to rob somebody."
"There's more gold in that hill than you're likely to find in a dozen of the houses we've passed. You say that you'll need gold to buy Iliar and the knife from Andine. All right, there's the gold. Go dig it up."
"How do you know there's gold there?"
"I just do. There's more gold in those ruins than you've ever seen before. Fetch, boy, fetch."
"That's starting to make me a little tired, Em."
"If you do as you're told the first time, I wouldn't have to keep telling you over and over again. You're going to do what I tell you to do eventually anyway, so why not just do it immediately instead of arguing with me?"
"Yes, dear." He gave up.
"Good boy," she said approvingly. "Good boy."
She gave him instructions on how to manufacture a shovel with a single word, and then directed him to a spot about 50 paces up the south side of the slope. As he led his horse up the hill, he saw some very ancient limestone building blocks half buried in the soil. They'd obviously been sawed square when the house had been erected, but wind and weather had rounded them to the point that they were almost indistinguishable from native stone. "How long ago was the house abandoned?" he asked.
"About 3,000 years ago. The man who built it started out in life as a plowman. Then he went up into Aram before anybody else went up there. He wasn't really looking for gold, but he found some."
"Probably because he got there first. Why did he go to Aram if he didn't know there was gold there, though?"
"There'd been a slight misunderstanding about the ownership of a certain pig. His neighbors were a little excited about it, so he decided to go up into the mountains for a while to give them time to calm down. I'm sure you understand. This is the place, pet. Get down off the horse and start digging."
He dismounted, lifted Emmy out of the hood of his cloak, and set her on his saddle. Then he took off his cloak and rolled up his sleeves. "How deep do I have to dig?" he asked.
"About 4 feet. Then you'll hit some flagstones, and you'll have to pry them up. There's a little cellar under the stones, and that's where the gold is."
"Are you sure?"
"Quit wasting time and start digging, Althalus."
"Yes, dear," he sighed, and very reluctantly thrust his shovel into the dirt. The drought had made the soil very dry, so digging wasn't really as hard as he'd thought it would be.
"I wouldn't throw the dirt so far down the hill, pet," Emmy suggested after a while. "You'll have to shovel it all back in the hole when you've finished."
"What for?"
"To keep somebody from finding the gold you'll have to leave behind."
"I'm not going to leave any, Em."
"How do you plan to carry it?"
"You're sitting on him, love. He's a strong horse."
"Not that strong, he isn't."
"How much is there here?"
"More than our horse can carry."
"Really?" Althalus began to dig faster. After about a half-hour, he struck the flagstones Emmy had told him about. Then he widened out the hole he dug to give himself some more room. He leaned his shovel against the side of the hole, knelt on the stones, and began to probe between them with his bright steel dagger. "Exactly what am I looking for here, Em?" he asked. "These flagstones fit together so tight that I can't get my knife into the cracks."
"Keep looking," she instructed. "The one you want to find fits a little more closely."
He kept poking until he found it. The dirt the patient centuries had blown in had sifted down into the cracks between the stones, and it took him a while to dig it out with his dagger point. Then he resheathed his dagger, took the shovel, and began to pry. The stone lifted out rather easily, followed by a rush of stale-smelling air. There was an open space of some kind below the flagstones, but it was too dark down there to see anything. He pried up another stone to let in more light. There were tightly piled stacks of dust-covered bricks in the cellar, and a hot surge of disappointment came over him. But why would anyone take so much trouble just to hide bricks? He reached down through the hole and brushed the dust away from one of the bricks. He stared at it in absolute disbelief. The brick, which had been concealed by centuries of dust, was bright yellow. "Dear God!" Althalus exclaimed, brushing away more dust.
"He's busy right now, Althalus. Could I take a message?"
"There must be tons of it down here."
"Told you,"
she reminded him smugly. The gold had been cast into oblong blocks, each about the size of a man's hand and slightly thicker. They weighed about 5 pounds apiece. Althalus found that he was trembling violently as he lifted the blocks out of the hole and laid them on the flagstones.
"Don't get carried away, Althalus,"
Emmy suggested. 20, he said with a great reluctance.
"I don't think the horse would want to carry any more."
Althalus forced himself to stop at 20 of the gold blocks. Then he replaced the flagstone, shoveled all the dirt back into the hole, and uprooted a number of nearby bushes. He replanted the bushes in the freshly dug-up dirt to conceal his private gold mine. Then he fashioned a couple of bags, put 10 blocks of gold in each, tied them together, and hung them across the horse's back just behind his saddle. Then he remounted, whistling gaily.
"You're all bubbly this afternoon,"
Emmy noted. "I'm stinking rich, Em," he said exuberantly.
"I've been noticing that for several days now. You're long overdue for a bath."
"That's not what I meant, little kitten."
"It should have been. You're strong enough to curdle milk."
"I told you that hard work didn't agree with me, Em," he reminded her. They crossed the river Osthos late that afternoon and made camp on the Treborian side. To keep the peace, Althalus bathed, washed his clothes, and even shaved off the past month's growth of beard. Emmy definitely approved of that. They rose early the following morning, and 3 days later they caught sight of the walls of the city of Osthos. "Impressive," Althalus observed.
"I'm sure they'll be glad you approve."
Emmy's whisper sounded inside his head.
"How did you plan to gain entry into the palace?"
"I'll come up with something. What's the word for stay away?"
"Behüde." Actually, behüde means to make someone aware of something, but your thought when you say the word should get your meaning across. Why do you ask?
"I'll have to go about on foot to locate certain officials, and I'd rather not have some rascal steal my horse. He's very dear to me right now."
"I wonder why."
Althalus rode some distance away from the road, and with Emmy's instruction he converted 5 of his gold blocks into coins marked with the idealized picture of a stalk of wheat, which identified them as having come from Perquane. Then he rode into the city, where he stopped by a clothier's shop and bought himself some moderately elegant garments to disguise his rustic origins. Emmy chose not to comment when he emerged from the shop. He remounted and made his way to the public buildings near the palace to listen and to ask questions. "I wouldn't go anywhere near her, stranger," a silvery-haired old statesman advised when Althalus asked him about the procedure for gaining an audience with Arya Undine. "Oh," Althalus said, "why's that?" "She was difficult before her father's death, but now she's graduated from difficult to impossible." "Unfortunately, I have some business I have to discuss with her. I'd planned to talk with her father, the Aryo. I hadn't heard that he'd died. What happened to him?" "I thought everybody knew. The Canthons invaded us a month or so back, and they sent their mercenaries down here to lay siege to our city. Our noble Aryo led our army outside the walls to chase those howling barbarians off, and one of the scoundrels murdered him." "My goodness!" "The murderer was captured, naturally." "Good. Did Arya Undine have him put to death?" "No, he's still alive. Arya Undine's still considering various ways to send him off. I'm sure she'll come up with something suitably unpleasant eventually. What line of business are you in, my friend?" "I'm a labor contractor," Althalus replied. The statesman gave him a quizzical look. Althalus winked slyly at him. "Labor contractor sounds so much nicer than slave trader, wouldn't you say? I'd heard about the assault on your city, and I understand that your soldiers captured several of the attackers. I thought I might stop by and take them off your hands. The owners of the salt mines in Ansu are paying a lot of money for strong, healthy slaves right now. Captured soldiers bring a premium price in the salt mines, and I pay in good gold. Do you think Arya Undine might be interested?" "The word gold is very likely to get her attention," the courtier agreed. "She'll want to keep Ilya, the young fellow who killed her father, but she'd probably be willing to sell the others to you. What might your name be, my friend?" "I'm called Althalus." "A very ancient name." "My family was sort of old-fashioned." "Why don't we step over to the palace, Master Althalus?" the courtier suggested. "I'll introduce you to our impossible Arya." The old gentleman led the way to the palace gate, and he and Althalus were immediately admitted. "The soldiers will look after your horse, Master Althalus," the silvery-haired man said. "Oh, my name's Dahakan, by the way. I tend to forget that strangers don't know me." "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Dahakan," Althalus said, bowing politely. Emmy, who'd been sitting rather primly on the saddle of their horse, dropped sinuously to the stones of the courtyard. "Your pet, Master Althalus?" Dahakan asked. "She tends to look at it the other way around, my lord," Althalus replied. "Cats are sort of like that." "I have a pet turtle myself," Dahakan said. "He doesn't move very fast, but then neither do I." Osthos was an ancient city, and the throne room was truly magnificent. It had a marble floor and stately columns. At the far end was a raised dais, backed by crimson drapes, and there was an ornate throne on that dais. Imperious Undine, Arya of Osthos, sat upon that throne. She was quite obviously not paying the slightest bit of attention to the droning speech being presented by a stout man wearing a white mantle. The speech was a diplomatically gentle suggestion that the young Arya wasn't paying enough heed to affairs of state. Undine was young, very young, in fact. Althalus judged her to be no more than 15 years old. Everyone else in her throne room had white hair, the only exception being a similarly youthful kilted Aram, who was chained to a marble column at one side of the dais. That young fellow was receiving Imperious Undine's undivided attention. She was looking directly at him with her huge, almost black eyes, and she was absently toying with a large laurel-leaf dagger.
"That's the knife, pet,"
Emmy silently exulted.
"Is that the murderer chained to that post?"
Althalus whispered to Dahakan, a bit incredulously.
"Sick, isn't it?" Dahan replied. "Our glorious but slightly warped leader hasn't let him out of her sight since the day he was captured."
"Surely she has a dungeon?" "Oh, yes, indeed she does. The other prisoners are all there. For some strange reason, our little girl longs for the sight of the young ruffian. She never talks to him, but she never takes her eyes off him. She sits there playing with that knife and watching him." "He looks a bit nervous. Wouldn't you be?" Then Emmy, her tail sinuously flowing back and forth, daintily crossed the marble floor and went up onto the dais. "What are you doing?" Althalus sent a startled thought at her.
"Stay out of this, pet."
Her voice came back. Then she raised herself up, putting her front paws on the marble throne, and meowed inquiringly at the young Arya. Undine jerked her eyes off her captive and looked at the green-eyed cat at her knee.
"What an adorable kitten!" she exclaimed. "Where did you come from, Puss?"
"My apologies, Your Highness," Althalus said, stepping forward. "Emmy, you come back here." Arya Undine gave him a puzzled look.
"I don't believe I know you,"
she said. Her voice was rich and vibrant, the kind of voice that stirs a man's spirit. "Oh, permit me, Your Highness," Dahakan said, stepping forward and bowing slightly. "This is Master Althalus, and he's come here to discuss a business matter." Emmy gave another inquiring meow.
"Did you want to come up here into my lap, Puss?"
Undine asked. She leaned forward and picked Emmy up. She held the cat out and looked into her face.
"My," she said in her rich voice, "aren't you adorable?"
Then she put the cat in her lap.
"There," she said. "Was that what you wanted?"
Emmy started to purr. "Master Althalus here is a businessman, Arya Undine," Dahakan said. "He deals in captives, and since he heard about the recent attack on our city, he stopped by to inquire about the possibility of buying those barbaric Aram prisoners from you. I recommended that you give him a hearing, Your Highness."
"What on earth would you do with them, Master Althalus?"
Undine asked curiously. "I have a number of contacts in Ansu, Your Highness," Althalus replied. "The owners of the salt mines there are always in the market for strong young men. A salt mine uses up workers at a ferocious rate."
"You're a slave trader, then?"
Althalus shrugged depreciatingly. "It's a living, Your Highness. Slaves are a valuable commodity. I buy them in places where they are an inconvenience and take them to places where they can be put to work to pay for their keep. Everybody benefits, really. The one who sells them to me gets gold, and the one who buys them gets laborers."
"What do the slaves get?"
"They get fed, Your Highness. A slave doesn't have to worry about where his next meal's coming from. He gets fed even when the crops fail or the fish aren't biting."
"Our philosophers tell us that slavery is an evil."
"I don't concern myself with philosophy, Your Highness. I take the world as I find it. I'm prepared to offer 10 Perquane gold wheats for every able-bodied young captive you'd care to sell." She stared at him in astonishment.
"That's a noble price, Master Althalus," she said in that throbbing voice.
"I buy the best, Your Highness, so I pay the best. I don't deal in children or old men or young women. I buy only young, strong, healthy men who can put in a good day's work." He glanced over at the youthful Aram chained to the marble pillar. "With your permission, Your Highness," he said, bowing slightly. He walked over to the pillar where Elia sat disconsolately on the marble floor in chains. "On your feet," Althalus barked. "Who says so?" Elia replied sullenly. Althalus reached out, took Elia by his hair, and jerked him into a standing position. "When I tell you to do something, do it," he said. "Now, open your mouth. I want to see your teeth." Elia tightly clamped his mouth shut.
"He's a bit stubborn, Master Althalus," Undine said. "I've been trying ever so hard to cure him of that."
"It takes a certain amount of firmness to break a slave's spirit, Your Highness," Althalus advised her. Then he took his dagger from his belt and pried Elia's teeth apart with it. "Good, healthy teeth," he noted. "That's a promising sign. Bad teeth usually mean that the slave's got something wrong with him. Elia made a lunge at Althalus, but his chains brought him up short. "He's a little stupid," Althalus observed, "but that can be cured. Boy," he said to the captive, "didn't your sergeant ever explain to you that it's foolish to attack an armed man with your bare hands, particularly when you're chained up?" Elia was straining at his chains, trying to pull himself free. "Good muscle tone there, too," Althalus said approvingly. "I'd pay a premium for this one, Your Highness."
"That one isn't for sale,"
Undine replied rather intensely. Her voice had taken on a steely note, and her huge black eyes burned. "Everything's for sale, Your Highness," Althalus replied with a cynical laugh.
"Don't push it just yet, Althalus,"
Emmy's purring voice murmured in his mind.
"I'm still working on her."
"Do you think you can bring her around?"
"Probably. She's young enough to be impulsive. Ask to see the other captives. You'll probably have to buy them all to get Elia."
"We can discuss this one later, Your Highness," Althalus said to the Arya. "Do you suppose I might be able to take a look at the others?"
"Of course, Master Althalus," Undine replied. "Show him the way to the dungeon, Lord Dakan."
"At once, Your Highness," the silvery-haired old gentleman replied. "This way, Master Althalus." The two of them left the throne-room. "Your Arya's a beautiful young woman, Lord Dakan," Althalus observed. "That's the only reason we tolerate her, Althalus. She's pretty enough that we can overlook her flaws." "She'll settle down, Dakan. Marry her off, that's my advice. After she's had a few babies, she'll start to grow up." There were 9 kilted young Arams in the dungeon, and some of them were still nursing wounds they'd received during the battle outside the walls of Osthos. Althalus made some show of inspecting them. "Not bad, on the whole," he said, as he and Dakan were returning to the throne-room. "That one she's got chained to the post is the key to the whole arrangement, though. He's the best of the lot. If we can persuade her to include him, I'll make her an offer. If she won't agree, I think I'll have to go elsewhere." "I'll speak with her, Althalus," Dakan promised. "You might want to describe the conditions the slaves have to live in once they get to the mines of Ansu. Exaggeration wouldn't hurt. Our little girl hungers and thirsts for revenge. Let's persuade her that the life of a slave in a salt mine is far, far worse than anything she can think of to do to him here. That might just tip the scales. Be eloquent, Althalus. Linger on unspeakable horrors if you possibly can. Our dear Undine is topfull of passions, and passionate people make hasty decisions based on whims. I'll help as much as I can. I want that young Elia out of Osthos and out of Undine's sight. If she refuses to sell him to you, I'll have to come up with a way to kill him. I have to get rid of him." "Trust me, Dakan," Althalus said confidently. "When it comes to buying and selling, I'm the very best." Then he sent his thought out to Emmy. "Have you got her yet, Em?" he asked.
"I'm getting closer."
"See if you can stir some interest in the salt mines."
"What for?"
"So I can tell her some horror stories."
"You're going to lie to her, I take it?"
"No, I'm going to tell her the truth. Unless things have changed, the salt mines of Ansu are worse than the deepest pits in Nekweros, and Dakan thinks that might turn the trick here. Nudge her hard, Em. If she doesn't sell Elia to us, Dahakan's going to have him killed." When Althalus and Dahakan entered the throne-room, they saw that Undine had laid the laurel-leaf dagger aside, and that she was concentrating all her attention on Emmy. She was smiling, and her smile was almost like the sun coming up. Even when she'd been scowling at Elia, she'd been beautiful, but when she smiled, her beauty made Althalus go weak in the knees. Dahakan went up to the dais and spoke quietly with his young ruler at some length. Undine shook her head vehemently several times. Then Dahakan beckoned to Althalus. Althalus approached the throne. "Yes, my lord?" he asked Dahakan. "I think we should get down to cases here, Master Althalus," Dahakan declared. "What's your offer?" 9 Perquane wheats apiece for the ones you've got down in the dungeon, Althalus replied.
You said 10.
Undine's voice suddenly soared. Sergeant Carlow's description of that voice appeared to have been a slight understatement. Althalus held up one finger. The price is subject to amendment, Your Highness, he said. If you are willing to include Ilia, I'll slide it up. I'll pay you 81 gold wheats for the 9 in the dungeon. If you're willing to add Ilia, I'll pay you 100 for the lot.
That's a difference of 19 pieces of gold. He isn't worth that much.
Her voice rose again. He's prime stock, Your Highness. When I reach Ansu, I'll put him out front for the mine owners to look at. They'll buy the lot just to get him. I know good merchandise when I see it. I could sell cripples if I could wave Ilia in the buyer's face.
What's it like down there in those salt mines? She asked. How would you describe them?
Althalus feigned a shudder. I'd really rather not, Your Highness, he replied. Over to the east, in Repti, Placand, and Iquero, criminals beg to be executed when they're sentenced to be sold into the salt mines as a punishment for murder and the like. Being sent into those mines is far worse than a death sentence. If a slave's unlucky, he'll last for 10 years down there. The lucky ones die in just a few months.
Why don't we talk about that?
Undine almost purred. Althalus described conditions in the salt mines at some length, exaggerating only slightly. He mentioned the prevalence of blindness, the frequent cave-ins during which lucky slaves were crushed to death. He covered the darkness, the perpetual chill, the continuous choking dust, and dwelt at some length on the burly men with whips. All in all, he concluded, murderers and the like are very wise to prefer hanging to the mines.
Then you'd say that being sent to the salt mines is a fate worse than death?
Undine said, her lovely eyes all aglow. Oh, yes, Althalus assured her. Much, much worse.
I do believe we can strike a bargain here, Master Althalus, she decided. 100 gold wheats for the lot, you say?
That was my offer, Your Highness.
Done, then. If you'll throw in your cat.
I beg your pardon?
I want this lovely little cat. If you let me have her, we've struck a bargain.
Chapter 10.
Do as she says, Althalus.
Emmy's thought cut through his startled dismay. I most certainly will not, he shot back.
You don't really think she can keep me here, do you? Make her throw in the knife, though.
How am I going to manage that?
I don't care. Think something up. That's what I'm paying you for, remember? Oh, one other thing. When you get the knife from her, just tuck it under your belt and don't look at it.
Why not?
Can't you ever do as you're told without asking all these questions? I don't want you to look at the knife until after we're out of here. Just do it and don't argue.
He gave up. Yes, dear, he said silently.
What's the problem, Master Althalus?
Undine asked, gently stroking the purring cat in her lap. You took me by surprise, Your Highness, he replied. I'm really very fond of my cat. He scratched his chin. This puts the whole transaction on a different footing. The slaves are just merchandise, including Emmy changes things. I think I'll need something in addition to the slaves before I'd be willing to part with her.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. He pretended to think about it. It really ought to be some personal possession of yours. I'm much too fond of my cat to include her in some crass commercial transaction. I'd have trouble living with myself if I just sold her outright.
You're a strange man, Master Althalus.
Alia Undine looked at him with her luminous eyes.
What sort of possession of mine would satisfy your delicate sensibilities?
It doesn't have to be anything of great value, Your Highness. I didn't pay anything for Emmy. I just picked her up alongside of the road a few years ago. She's very good at worming her way into someone's affections.
Yes, I noticed that,
Undine impulsively lifted Emmy up to hold her against her own face.
"I just love this cat,"
she said in that throbbing voice of hers.
"Choose, Master Althalus. Name your price."
Althalus laughed. "You really shouldn't say things like that, Your Highness," he advised her. "If I weren't an honest businessman, I could take advantage of your sudden attachment to my cat."
"Name your price. I must have her."
"Oh, I don't know. Anything, I suppose. How about that knife you've been toying with? You seem to have a certain attachment to it. That's all that matters, really."
"Choose something else."
Undine's eyes grew troubled. "Ah, no, Your Highness, I don't think so. My cat for your knife. You won't value her if you haven't given up something that you cherish for her."
"You bargain very hard, Master Althalus,"
she accused. Emmy reached out one soft paw and gently stroked the Aria's alabaster cheek.
"Oh, dear,"
Undine said, pressing Emmy against her face.
"Take the knife, Master Althalus. Take it. I don't care. Take anything you want. I must have her."
She seized up the laurel-leaf dagger and tossed it to the marble floor in front of the dais. "If it please Your Highness, I'll see to the details," the silvery-haired Dahakan said smoothly. Quite obviously, Dahakan was the one who really ran things here in Osthos.
"Thank you, Lord Dahakan,"
Undine said, rising to her feet with Emmy cradled possessively in her arms. "You'll be a good cat now, Em," Althalus said, bending to pick up the knife. "Remember, no biting."
"Does she bite?"
Undine asked. "Sometimes," Althalus replied, tucking the knife under his belt. "Not very hard, though. Usually it's when she gets carried away while we're playing. Snap her on the nose with your fingernail and she'll quit. Oh, I should possibly warn Your Highness, don't be too surprised if she decides to give your face a bath. Her tongue's a bit rough, but you get used to it after a while."
"What's her favorite food?"
"Fish, of course," Althalus bowed. "It's been a pleasure doing business with Your Highness," he said. The clinking of the long chain started to irritate Althalus before he and the 10 young Arams even reached the main gate of Osthos. It was a continual reminder that he wasn't alone anymore, and he didn't really like that. Once they were outside the city, Althalus sent a searching thought back toward the palace. This was the farthest he'd been from Emmy in the last 25 centuries, and he didn't like that either.
"I'm busy right now, Althalus,"
her thought came back to him.
"Don't bother me. Go to that place where we made the coins and wait for me there."
"Do you have any idea of how long you'll be?"
"Sometime tonight. Keep Ilya and turn the others loose."
"I just paid a lot of money for them, Em."
"Easy come, easy go. Point them toward Aram and send them home. Get them out from underfoot."
The walls of Osthos were still in sight when Althalus turned his horse aside and rode across an open field to the small grove of oak trees where he and Emmy had converted the 5 bars of gold. As his horse plodded across the field, Althalus prudently manipulated his hearing and directed it back toward his slaves to hear what they were up to.
"Only one man,"
he heard Ilya whisper.
"As soon as we get away from the city, we'll all jump on him at once and kill him. Pass it on to the others. Tell them to wait for my signal. Up until then, we'd all better act sort of meek. Once we've got him alone, we'll get unmeek."
Althalus smiled to himself. "I wonder why it took him so long," he murmured to himself. That notion should have come to him hours ago. Obviously, he was going to have to take some steps here to discourage certain loyalties. They reached the grove of trees, and Althalus dismounted. "All right, gentlemen," he said to his captives, "I want you to sit down and listen. You're right on the verge of making some hasty decisions, and I think there's something you should know first." He took the key to their chains and freed the young man at the end of the line. "Come out here in front of the others," he told him. "You and I are going to demonstrate something for your friends."
"You're going to kill me, aren't you?"
the boy asked in a trembling voice. "After what I've just paid for you, don't be silly." Althalus led the boy out to the center of the clearing. "Watch very closely," he instructed the others. Then he held his hand out, palm up, toward the shaking boy. "Dieu," he said, raising his hand slowly upward. The slave gave a startled cry as he rose up off the ground. He continued to rise, going higher and higher into the air, as Althalus, rather overdramatically, continued to lift his hand. After a few moments, the boy appeared to be only a tiny speck high above them. "Now then," Althalus said to his gaping slaves, "what lesson have we just learnt? What do you suppose would happen to our friend up there if I let go of him?" "He'd fall?" Elia asked in a choked voice. "Very good, Elia. You've got a quick mind. And what'd happen to him when he came back down to earth? It'd probably kill him, wouldn't it?" "It goes a long way past probably, Elia. He'd splatter like a dropped melon. That's our lesson for today, gentlemen. You don't want to cross me. You want to go a long way to avoid crossing me. Does anybody need any further clarification?" They all shook their heads violently. "Good. Since you all understand just exactly how things stand, I suppose we can bring your friend down again." Althalus said, "Dieu," in the same way he'd said it to his shoe back in the house at the end of the world, slowly lowering his hand as he said it. The boy descended to the ground and collapsed, blubbering incoherently. "Oh, stop that," Althalus told him. "I didn't hurt you." Then he went down the chain, unlocking each slave's iron collar, leaving only Elia still chained up. Then he pointed north. "Arms off in that direction, gentlemen. Pick up your distracted friend there and go home. Oh, when you get back, tell Chief Albron that I found the knife I was looking for and that Elia's going to be coming with me. Albron and I can settle accounts on that somewhere on down the line." "What's that all about?" Elia demanded. "Your chief and I have a sort of agreement. You'll be working for me for a while." Althalus glanced at the others. "I told you to go home," he said. "Why haven't you left yet?" They were running the last time he saw them. "Aren't you going to unchain me?" Elia asked. "Let's hold off on that for a little while." "If you've got an agreement with my chief, you don't have to keep me chained up like this. I'll honor his word." "The chain makes it easier for you, Elia. As long as you're chained up, you won't have to struggle with any difficult moral decisions. Do you want something to eat?" "No," the boy answered sullenly. Elia appeared to be very good at sullen. Aside from his pouty expression, he was a fairly handsome young man, tall and blonde-haired. Despite his youth, he had fairly bulky shoulders, and his kilt revealed powerful legs. It was easy to see why the other young Arabs in Sergeant Callor's detachment had accepted this young fellow as their leader. Althalus looped the boy's chain around an oak tree, locked it securely, and then stretched out on the leafy ground. "You might as well catch a few winks," he advised. "I expect we'll have a long way to go and not much time, so we'll be a little short on sleep in the not-too-distant future." "Where are we going?" Elia asked, as curiosity evidently won out over sullen. "I haven't got the foggiest idea," Althalus admitted. "I'm sure Emmy will tell us when she gets here, though." "Your cat?" "Things aren't always what they appear to be, Elia. Go to sleep." "Can I have some bread or something?" "I thought you said you weren't hungry." "I changed my mind. I really could eat something." Althalus called up a loaf of bread and tossed it to his captive. "How did you do that?" Elia exclaimed. "It's just a little trick I picked up a few years back. It's no great thing." "That's the first time I've ever seen anybody do it. You're not exactly like other people, are you?" "Not very much, no. Eat your supper and go to sleep, Elia." Then Althalus settled back and drifted off to sleep. Emmy ghosted silently into the oak grove not long after midnight and found Althalus just waking up. "Aren't we being a bit irresponsible, Pet?" she chided him. "About what?" "I sort of thought you'd be keeping an eye on Elia." "He's not going anyplace, Em, not unless he plans to take that tree with him." "Did you have any trouble persuading his friends to leave?" "No, not really.
They were scheming a bit on our way here, but then I showed them that it wasn't a good idea. Oh, how? I picked one at random and did the same thing to him that we did to Peck-Hal a few weeks ago. They got my point almost immediately. Then I unchained them and told them all to go home. They left in quite a hurry. Show off? I know the way Arabs think, Em. They're intensely loyal, so I had to do something spectacular enough to dispel that loyalty. I didn't think that we'd want them lurking back in the bushes, watching for a chance to ambush us. I managed to get my point across to them. Have you got the knife? He patted the knife hilt protruding from his belt. Right here, he replied. Come out into the moonlight, she told him, leading the way out of the grove. What are we doing? You're going to read the knife. I take my orders from you, Em, not from this antique. Just a precaution, Althalus. The knife will make sure you don't lose interest along the way. What's the matter? Don't you trust me? Trust you? Her laugh was sardonic. That wasn't very nice, Em. Just take the knife out and read it, Althalus. Let's get on with this. He drew the knife out from under his belt and held it out in the moonlight. The inscription engraved on the blade was complex and very formal, with interlocking lines that twined around each other. The writing was not the distinctly separated pictographs Althalus had seen in the book, but somehow they seemed to flow together. He had no difficulty picking out one single word, however, since it glowed with a pale light. "What does it say?" Emmy asked intently. "Seek," he answered promptly. There was a soft musical sound that seemed to soar higher and higher, enclosing, enveloping, almost caressing him. It was so beautiful that it brought sudden tears to his eyes. "And now you are mine," Emmy gloated. "I already was, Em. Is the knife really singing?" "Oh, yes." "What for?" "To let me know that you've been chosen, and, of course, that you'll do exactly as I tell you to do." She gave him a sly look. "Sit, Althalus," she said. He immediately sat down. "Stand up." He scrambled to his feet. "Stop this, Emmy," he said sharply. "Dance." He began hopping around. "I'm going to get you for this, Em," he threatened. "No, you won't. You can stop dancing now. I just wanted to show you what the knife can do. You'll be able to do the same sort of thing with it, just in case Ilya or any of the others we'll pick up later start getting out of hand." "That could come in handy." He looked even more closely at the knife blade. "That one word is all I can make out. It jumps right out of the middle of those other squiggles." "The other squiggles are intended for others." "Why can't I read them?" "Nobody can read it all, Althalus. Some of those words were intended for people who lived thousands of years ago, and others are there to be read by people who won't even be born for several thousand more. Our current crisis isn't the only one in the history of the world, you know." "It's enough to get my attention. Did it tell you where we go next?" "That'll come after Ilya reads his instructions. Everything in its proper time and place." "Anything you say, dear." He frowned slightly. "Let's see if I've got this straight. Nobody except certain people can read the knife, right?" "Exactly." "Everybody else just sees those squiggles that look like some meaningless decoration." "Didn't I already say that?" "What would happen if I showed it to Gehend, or Peck-Hal, or Gnom?" "The screams would probably be very loud. The sight of the knife causes unbearable pain to the agents of Daiva." "Well now," he said, grinning, "maybe I'd better not use the knife to cut bacon with, then." "You wouldn't." "Only teasing, Em. That knife's going to be very useful, I think. I believe I'll keep it very close." "Sorry, pet. You aren't the one who's supposed to carry it." "Who is?" "Probably Ilya."
Are you absolutely sure I can control him? He is a professional killer, M, so the first thing he's likely to do if I hand him the knife is stab me in the belly with it.
There aren't really any absolutes in life, Althalus.
Oh, thanks, M, he said sarcastically.
It's a safe wager. The chance that he'll kill you is about the same as the one for the sun coming up in the west this morning.
I suppose I'd risk a little money on that one. Why don't we wake him up and have him read to us?
Let him sleep. After he reads the knife, we'll find out where we're supposed to go next, and we'll have to leave immediately. Let's not start wandering around in the dark.
He shrugged. You're the one in charge, M. Then he looked at her curiously. What did you do to Undine to bring her around? She didn't really want to sell Ilya to me.
I persuaded her to love me more than she hated him.
I thought you couldn't do that sort of thing out here.
I didn't create her love, Pet. All I did was encourage it. Undine's very young and very passionate. She loves and hates with her blood and bones, and she loves even more intensely than she hates. All I had to do to unleash her love was to be adorable. I'm an expert at that, if you recall.
I still think you're cheating, Em.
No, not really. Undine's very pretty, and she smells nice. She's soft and warm, and that voice of hers throbs like a bell. She's very easy to love, and she responds to love with love of her own. I didn't cheat her, Althalus. I did love her, and I still do.
I thought you were supposed to love only me.
What a ridiculous idea. Just because I love her, it doesn't mean that I love you the less. My love is boundless, you know.
But now you've managed to sneak away from her, and that means that I've swindled her out of Ila, the knife, and you, all in the same day. I really think we should get out of here, Em, almost immediately.
She won't wake up until morning. I've seen to that. When she does wake up, the first thing she'll do is to search her whole palace for me. The idea of sending out her soldiers won't come to her until later.
Are you sure?
Trust me.
Ilya woke up just before dawn, and he'd evidently forgotten that he was securely attached to the tree, because he started struggling with his chain before he was fully awake. "Stop that!" Althalus barked sharply. "You'll hurt yourself." Ilya quit fighting. He held up one of his wrists and jingled the chain.
"You don't need to keep me locked up anymore," he said. "I thought it over last night, and if you really do have an agreement with my chief, I'll do what you tell me to do. If you're lying about it, you'll have to answer to him."
"Now you're starting to make some sense," Althalus said approvingly. "I thought I might have to rattle your teeth a little bit before you started to get the point."
"I'm a good soldier, and I follow my chief's orders. I don't have to get any points or understand anything. I just have to do what I'm told to do."
"I think we'll get along just fine," Althalus said. "Hold out your hands. Let's get rid of those silly chains." Ilya held out his wrists, and Althalus freed him. Ilya stood up, stretching and yawning.
"I didn't sleep too well," he said. "Those stupid chains jingled and rattled every time I moved. What am I supposed to call you? Sergeant, maybe? I won't call you Master, no matter what you do to me."
"If you ever call me Master, I'll braid all your fingers and toes together. My name's Althalus. Why don't you call me that?"
"Is that really your name? There's an old story in our clan about a man named Althalus."
"I know. Chief Elbron thought it was just a coincidence, but he was wrong." Althalus made a wry face. "My name's about the only part of the story your people got right. The rest of it's the biggest lie I've heard in my whole life, and I've heard some very big lies in my time. Let's get it right out in the open, Ilya. I am the one who robbed Gosti Bigbelly about 2,500 years ago. But Gosti didn't have any gold in his storeroom, just copper and little brass. He wanted people to believe that he was the richest man in the world. So he spread some wild lies about how much gold I'd stolen from him. You wouldn't believe how much trouble that caused me."
"Nobody can live that long."
the boy scoffed. "I didn't think so myself, but Emmy cured me of that. Let's stick to the point here. Can you read?"
"Warriors don't waste their time on that nonsense."
"There's something you have to read."
"I just told you that I don't know how, Althalus. You'll have to read it to me."
"It won't work if we do it that way." Althalus took the knife out from under his belt and held it out to Elia. He pointed at the complex engraving on the blade. "What does this say?" he asked.
"I can't read. I told you that."
"Look at it, Elia. You can't read it if you don't look." Elia looked at the leaf-shaped blade, and he jerked his head back, startled.
"It says, 'Lead,'" he exclaimed. "I can actually read it."
Then he shrank back as the song of the knife touched him. "Pretty, isn't it?" Althalus said. Emmy had been sitting nearby, watching. She rose and came over to where they were seated. She looked very closely at Elia, who was still staring at the knife with a befuddled expression.
"Tell him to do something, Althalus," she suggested. "Let's make sure that you can control him before you give him the knife."
Althalus nodded. "Stand up, Elia," he said. The boy immediately scrambled to his feet. He swayed a bit and put one hand to the side of his head.
"It made me a little dizzy," he confessed.
"Dance," Althalus told him. Elia started to jig, his feet pattering on the ground. "Stop." Elia quit dancing. "Put both hands up over your head."
"Why are we doing this?"
the boy asked, raising his hands. "Just making sure that it works. You can put your hands down now. Did you notice anything peculiar just now?"
"You kept telling me to do things that were sort of silly,"
Elia replied. "If they seemed silly, why did you do them?"
"I'm a soldier, Althalus. I always do what the man in charge tells me to do. If he tells me to do silly things, he's the one who's silly, not me."
"That sort of takes a lot of the fun out of this, doesn't it, Em?" Althalus said aloud. "Did the knife force Elia to jump around, or was it just his training?" Elia gave Emmy a surprised look.
"How did your cat get away from Undine?" he asked curiously.
"She's sort of sneaky."
"Undine's going to be very angry about that. Maybe we should leave in a sort of a hurry, right after breakfast."
"Are you hungry?"
"I'm always hungry, Althalus."
"Why don't we eat, then?" Althalus held the knife out to the boy. "Here, you're the one who's supposed to carry this. Tuck it under your belt and don't lose it." Elia put his hands behind his back.
"You should probably know that I was planning to kill you last night before we got to know each other. You might want to think it over a little before you just hand me back my knife like that."
"You aren't going to try to kill me now, though, are you?"
"No, not now."
"Why not?"
"You're the man in charge, Althalus. Your arrangement with Chief Albron sort of makes you my sergeant. A good soldier never tries to kill his sergeant."
"Then I haven't got a thing to worry about. Take the knife, Elia, and let's eat."
"What a great idea,"
Elia said enthusiastically, tucking the knife under his belt. "Bacon, or maybe ham?"
"Whichever one you can make the quickest."
Althalus made some ham and a loaf of black bread. Then he produced a very large cup of milk. Elia started to eat as if he hadn't had anything for a week. Althalus made more. "How long can he keep this up?" he silently asked Emmy.
"I'm not really certain."
Her reply came back. She watched Elia eat with a slightly bemused look in her large green eyes.
"See if you can distract him enough to get him to show me the knife. I need to find out where we're supposed to go next."
"Elia," Althalus said, "you can keep chewing, but Emmy needs to take a quick look at your knife." Elia mumbled something. "Don't talk with your mouth full," Althalus told him. "Just take the knife out from under your belt and show it to her." Elia shifted the chunk of ham he'd been eating to his left hand, wiped the grease off his right hand on the grass, and drew out his knife. Still chewing, he held the knife out to Emmy. She glanced at it briefly.
"Always,"
she said. "Isn't it in ruins?" Althalus asked.
"So?"
Just thought I'd mention it, that's all. I'll go saddle my horse." Emmy had gone back to watching Leigh eat.
"There's no real hurry, Althalus."
Her silent response sounded slightly amused.
"From the look of things, our boy here's just getting started."
Chapter 11.
"Just exactly where's this war?"
Leigh asked as he trotted along beside Althalus' horse.
"And what kind of people are we going to be fighting?"
"War?" Althalus asked.
"People don't rent soldiers just for show, Althalus. I'm fairly sure you didn't go to all the trouble of getting me away from Undine just because you were lonesome. Sergeant Callor always told us that we should find out as much about the people we're going to be fighting as we possibly can."
"Your sergeant's a very wise man, Leigh."
"We all looked up to him, even though he could be awfully picky about details sometimes. I'll swear that he can talk about one speck of rust on a sword for half a day."
"Some soldiers are like that, I suppose," Althalus said. "I don't get all that excited about it myself. A rusty sword kills somebody as well as a polished one does."
"We're going to get along just fine,"
Leigh said, grinning broadly.
"Now then, who am I supposed to fight?"
"The war we're involved with isn't exactly like an ordinary war, at least not yet. We haven't quite reached the point of armies and battlefields."
"We're still choosing up sides?"
Althalus blinked, and then he laughed. "That might just come closer to what we're doing than anything I've heard so far."
"Watch your mouths."
Emmy's thought had a slight edge to it. Althalus laughed again. "That's why we absolutely had to get our hands on the knife, Leigh," he told the boy. "It's the only thing that can tell us who's on our side. The ones we want can read it, others can't. Emmy can read more of it than you and I can, and it tells her where we're supposed to go to recruit the people we'll need."
"She's not really a cat, then, is she? My mother's got a cat, but all her cat does is eat and sleep and chase mice. If Emmy's that important, you took an awful chance when you traded her for the knife the way you did. Undine's a very strange little lady. You're lucky she didn't chain Emmy to her bedpost."
"The way she had you chained to that pillow in her throne room?" Leigh shuddered.
"That was a real bad time for me, Althalus. The way she used to look at me gave me the wibblies. She'd sit there for hours playing with my knife and staring right straight at me. Women are very strange, aren't they?"
"Oh, yes, Leigh. Indeed they are." Shortly before noon, Althalus noticed a farmstead some distance back from the road they were following, and he turned into the lane that led toward the house. "Let's get you mounted, Leigh," he said.
"I can keep up with you on foot, Althalus."
"Possibly, but we've got a long way to go. I'll talk with the farmer here and see what he's got to offer." When Althalus spoke with the seedy-looking farmer, Leigh carefully examined the farm horses in the large corral behind the farmhouse.
"This one,"
he said, rubbing the ears of a large sorrel horse. The farmer started to object, but he changed his mind when Althalus jingled his purse.
"You paid him too much,"
Leigh said as they rode away from the farm. "The money doesn't really mean anything."
"Money always means something, unless you just made it up in the same way you make up the food we eat."
Then he looked sharply at Althalus.
"You did, didn't you?" he demanded. "You just reared back, waved your hand, and there was a great big pile of gold, wasn't there?"
"No, as a matter of fact, Althalus stopped, his eyes suddenly going very wide. "Can I do that?" He sent his startled question at Emmy, who was dozing in the hood of his cloak.
"Probably, yes."
"Then why did you make me dig it up?"
"Honest work's good for you, pet. Besides, it doesn't exactly work that way. Food's one thing, but minerals are quite a bit different."
"Why?"
"They just are, Althalus. There's certain balance involved that we shouldn't tamper with."
"Would you like to explain that?"
"No, I don't think so."
They rode hard for the next couple of days until they were some distance away from Osthos, and then they slowed to give their horses a bit of rest. The plains of Traboria, drought-stricken and barren under the hot summer sun, were depressing, so Althalus passed the time telling Eliar slightly elaborated stories about his adventures back in the days before he'd gone to the house at the end of the world. Like all Arams, Eliar enjoyed good stories, and he was exactly the kind of audience that warmed Althalus' heart. Althalus did cheat just a little, though, as they rode along. Every time Eliar's attention started to wander, a chicken leg or a chunk of still warm bread would immediately recapture it. The arrangement worked out rather well, actually. Emmy, however, found long naps much more interesting than the stories, for some reason. Eliar more or less took over the care of their horses when they set up camp each night. Althalus produced the hay and oats their mounts needed, and not infrequently he was obliged to provide water for them as well. Eliar did the actual work, though, and the horses seemed quite fond of him. All in all, Althalus rather liked the arrangement. They passed the walled city of Yupon a few days later, crossed the river Canthon, and entered the lands of the Equiros. The lake country was not as parched as the plains of Percane and Traboria had been, and the population there had not been forced to huddle around slowly diminishing waterholes or along riverbanks. It took them about 10 days to cross Equiro, and then they entered mankind's ancestral homeland of Medio. 5 days later, they reached the place where the river Medio forked, and where the ruins of the city of Awes was located. "What's happened here?" Eliar asked, as they stood on the west bank of the river waiting for the barge that, for a price, ferried travelers across to the ruins. "There was a war, I'm told," Althalus replied. "The way I understand it, back in those days the priesthood ruled all of Medio and the surrounding lands. They got a little too greedy finally, and the army decided that the world might be a nicer place without so many priests, so they marched in to see if they could arrange that. The priests had an army of their own, and those two armies had some extended discussions in the streets of Awes." "It must have been a long, long time ago. They've got full-grown trees standing in the streets over there." "Althalus," Emmy's voice murmured, "I need to talk with Eliar directly, so I'm going to borrow your voice. I think it might be easier if he's holding me while we do this." "Why's that?" "Just do it, Althalus," she replied. "Don't keep asking silly questions." Althalus took her up and held her out to their youthful companion. "Here," he said. "Emmy wants to talk to you. Hold her." Eliar put his hands behind his back. "I think I'd rather not," he said. "You'd better get over that. Take her, Eliar." "I don't understand cat talk, Althalus," Eliar protested, taking Emmy with obvious reluctance. "I'm sure she'll make you understand." "Get out of the way, Althalus," Emmy's voice commanded. "Count trees or something. I'm going to be using your voice, so don't interfere." Then Althalus heard his own voice, saying, "Can you hear me, Eliar?" His voice seemed lighter, and it had a higher pitch. "Of course I can hear you, Althalus," Eliar replied. "You're only a few feet away. Your voice sounds a little odd, though." "I'm not Althalus, Eliar," the voice coming from Althalus' lips said. "I'm just using his voice. Look at me, not at him." Eliar looked down at Emmy with astonishment. Emmy wrinkled her nose. "You need a bath," she said. "I've been a little busy, ma'am," the boy replied. "You can pet me if you like," she suggested. "Yes, ma'am." Eliar began to stroke her. "Not quite so hard." "Sorry, ma'am." "He's a nice boy," Emmy murmured in her borrowed voice. "All right, Eliar, listen to me very carefully. There's a distinct chance that we'll encounter enemies over there on the other side of the river. What do you do when you meet an enemy?" "Kill him, ma'am." "Exactly." "Emmy!" Althalus overrode her usurpation of his voice. "Stay out of this, Althalus. This is between the boy and me." "Now then, Eliar, we'll be meeting priests over there. I want you to show the knife to every one of them we meet. Can you pretend to be stupid?"
Eliar made a rueful kind of face. "Ma'am," he said, "I'm a country boy from the Highlands of Aram. We invented stupid." "I'd really prefer it if you called me Emmy, Eliar. We don't have to be so formal. This is the way I want you to do this. When we talk to a priest, put on your best Aram expression and hold the knife out for him to see. Then you say, 'Excuse me, your priestship, but can you tell me what's wrote on this here knife?'" "Probably not with a straight face, Emmy," Eliar said, laughing. "Is there really anybody in the whole world who's that simple-minded?" "You'd be surprised, Eliar. Practice saying it until you can do it without coming down with the giggles. Now, most of the priests won't be able to make any sense out of what's written on the knife. They'll either admit that they can't read it, or they'll pretend to be too busy to take the time. The one we are looking for will read it in exactly the same way you did when you read it, and the knife will sing to you as soon as he reads it aloud." "I sort of thought that was what was going to happen, Emmy. What's this got to do with enemies, though?" "If you do happen to show the knife to an enemy, he'll scream and try to cover his eyes." "Why?" "Because the sight of the knife will hurt him, probably more than anything has hurt him in his entire life. As soon as somebody does that, drive the knife right into his heart." "All right, Emmy. No problems? No questions?" "No, Emmy, none at all. You're in charge of things. If you tell me to do something, I'll do it. Sergeant Callor always told us that we're supposed to obey orders immediately without asking any stupid questions, and your orders are really very simple. If somebody screams when I show him the knife, he'll be dead before the echo fades away." Emmy reached up one soft paw and stroked his cheek. "You're such a good boy, Eliar," she purred. "Thank you, Emmy. I try my best." "I hope you've been listening very carefully, Althalus. Maybe you should have taken some notes for future reference. It saves so much time when people know how to follow orders without all the endless discussion I get from some people I know."
"Can I have my voice back now?"
"Yes, pet, you may. I'm done with it, at least for right now. I'll let you know when I need it again."
The barge took them across the west fork of the river Medio, and they rowed on into the ruins of the city. The priests who lived there wore cowled robes for the most part, and they had built crude hovels among the ruins. There were some noticeable differences between the various groups of priests. Those who lived in the northern part of the ruins wore black robes, the ones in central Aways were robed in white, and the ones closest to the river fork wore brown. Althalus noted that they tended not to talk to each other very much, except to argue.
"No, you've got it all wrong,"
a black-robed priest from the northern end of town was saying to a fat priest in a white robe.
"The wolf was in the 9th house when that happened, not the 10th.
"My charts don't lie," the chubby priest replied hotly. "The sun had moved to the 4th house by then, and that definitely moved the wolf to the 10th.
"What are they talking about?"
Althalus silently demanded of Emmy.
"Astrology. It's one of the cornerstones of religion."
"Which religion?"
"Most of them, actually. Religion's based on a desire to know what's going to happen in the future. Astrologers believe that the stars control that."
"Are they right?"
"Why would the stars care what happens here? Besides, most of the stars the priests argue about don't actually exist anymore."
"I think that one missed me, Em."
"The stars are fire, and fires eventually burn out."
"If they are burnt out, why are the priests still arguing about them?"
"Because they don't know that they've burnt out."
"All they have to do is look, Em."
"It doesn't quite work that way, Althalus. The stars are a lot farther away than people realize, and it takes a long time for their light to reach us. Probably about half of what you see when you look up at night isn't really there anymore. To put it another way, the priests are trying to predict the future by looking at the ghosts of dead stars."
Althalus shrugged. "It gives them something to do, I suppose." He looked around at the ruined buildings and the rubble-strewn streets. The robed and cowled priests were moving about singly or in small groups, but there were more conventionally dressed men in our ways as well. He saw one man who'd set up what appeared to be a shop next to a partially collapsed wall. The man had a rough table with pots, pans, and kettles on it.
"Welcome, friends," the fellow said hopefully, rubbing his hands together. "Look and buy, look and buy. I have the best pots and kettles in all of our ways, and my prices are the lowest you'll find in any shop anywhere."
"Be careful, Althalus," Emmy murmured. "That's Gnom. He works for Gend."
Then Gend knew that we were coming here.
"Maybe not. He might have just spread his agents out to watch for us. Fix Gnom's face in your mind. We'll probably run across him again."
"Was there anything in particular you were looking for, friend?"
the ostensible merchant asked. He was a small-sized man, and he seemed to be very careful not to look at Althalus in the eye. "Actually, I need some information, neighbor," Althalus replied. "I'm not familiar with the proprieties here in our ways. Can I just set up shop in any ruined building that's empty?"
"That wouldn't be a good idea," the merchant advised. "Most of the business that goes on here in our ways takes place in this middle part of town, and the white robes who control it sort of expect a donation from you before you open for business."
"A bribe, you mean?"
"I wouldn't use that word to their faces. Pretend to be some religious simpleton. All priests love feeble-minded parishioners."
Gnom cast a sly, sidelong glance at Althalus to see how his somewhat sacrilegious remark had gone over. Althalus kept his face bland. "What are the feelings about us pitching our tents at the back of the shop?" he asked.
"They'd rather that we didn't, and you probably wouldn't want to. They pray a lot, and they're noisy about it. The rest of us businessmen have a sort of community over by what's left of the east wall of the city."
"How do the priests get the money to buy anything?"
"They sell horoscopes to gullible people who believe in that nonsense, and they charge a fairly steep price."
"Good. They swindle their parishioners, and then we swindle them. I love doing business with a man who devoutly believes he's more clever than I am. Thanks for the information."
"Glad I could help. Do you need any pots or pans?"
"Not right at the moment, no. Thanks all the same."
"He knows who you are, Althalus,"
Emmy's voice warned. "Yes, I know. He's clever. I'll give him that. But he's not really a merchant."
"How did you know that?"
"He didn't once ask me what line I was in. That's the first question any merchant asks. No merchant wants a competitor right across the street. Should we get rid of him? Eliar and I could kill him right now."
"No, you two aren't the ones who are supposed to deal with Gnom. Just be careful around him, that's all."
"Where do we go now?" Eliar asked. "There's a merchant community over by the east wall," Althalus replied. "We'll set up camp there and start looking for the one we want first thing in the morning." "Could you make me some soap?" Eliar asked as they led their horses off down the rubble-strewn street. "Probably. Why?"
"Emmy wants me to take a bath. Is that the first thing that pops into every woman's mind? Every time I visit my mother back home, those were usually the first words that came out of her mouth."
"You don't like bathing, I take it."
"Oh, I'll bathe if it really gets necessary, but once a week's usually enough, isn't it? Unless you've been cleaning the stables, of course."
"Emmy's got a very sharp nose, Eliar. Let's neither of us go out of our way to offend her."
"You do, Althalus,"
Emmy's voice murmured. "I don't need a bath, Em," he silently protested.
"You're wrong. You definitely need a bath. You've been riding for several weeks now, and you've got a very horsey fragrance about you. Bathe soon, please."
They started out early the following morning, and after a few awkward starts, Eliar became more proficient. His open, boyish face helped quite a bit as he hopefully approached each hooded priest with his question. Most of the priests, Althalus noticed, refused to come right out and admit that they couldn't read the alien script carved into the knife blade Elia showed them. Their usual response was a brusque, "I'm too busy for that kind of nonsense." Several they encountered, however, offered to translate for a price. One hollow-eyed fanatic launched a blistering denunciation, declaring that any script that he couldn't read was obviously the handwriting of the devil himself. Althalus and Elia left him in the middle of the street, still preaching to nobody in particular.
"Here comes another one," Elia said quietly. "Maybe we can start making wagers about what they'll say when I show them the knife. This one looks like an I'm too busy sort of fellow to me."
"I'd put him in the I'll have to charge you for a reading crowd," Althalus replied, grinning.
"What gives him away?"
"He's cock-eyed. He's got one eye on the sky, watching for Davos, and the other on the ground, looking for a penny that somebody might have dropped."
"I just hope he's not like the last one. The next one who calls my knife an instrument of the devil is going to get my fist in his face."
The priest approaching them up the empty street had a gaunt, hungry look about him, and his disconnected eyes and wild hair gave him the appearance of a lunatic. His shabby brown robe was filthy, and there was a powerful odor about him.
"Excuse me, your worship,"
Elia said politely, going up to the cock-eyed holy man.
"I just brought this knife, and it seems to have some kind of writing on the blade. I never got around to learning how to read, so I can't tell what it says. Could you help me out?"
"Let me see it," the priest growled in a harsh, rasping voice. Elia held out his laurel-leaf dagger. The sudden scream was shockingly loud, echoing from the ruined walls of nearby buildings. The ragged priest stumbled back, covering his eyes with his hands, and screaming as if he'd just been dipped in boiling pitch.
"I hope you won't take this personally, your worship,"
Elia said, driving the knife directly into the shrieking priest's chest. The scream cut off abruptly, and the dead man collapsed, with not so much as a twitch. Althalus spun, his eyes searching every vacant window and doorway. As luck had it, they were alone.
"Get him out of sight!"
he barked at Elia.
"Hurry!"
Elia quickly put the knife away, seized the fellow's wrists, and dragged him behind a partially collapsed wall.
"Did anybody see us?"
he asked, just a bit breathlessly.
"I don't think so," Althalus replied. "Come here and keep watch. I want to search the body."
"What for?"
Elia stood up. His hands were trembling slightly.
"Calm down," Althalus told him. "Get a grip on yourself."
"I'm all right, Althalus," Elia said. "It's just that he startled me when he started screaming like that."
"Why did you apologize before you killed him?"
"Just trying to be polite, I guess. Mother taught me to mind my manners. You know how mothers are."
"Watch the street. Let me know if somebody happens along."
Althalus roughly searched the body, not really knowing what he might be looking for, but the dead man's pockets had absolutely nothing in them. He kicked a bit of rubble over the body, and then he came back out into the street.
"Did you find anything?"
Elia asked. His voice still sounded a little excited. "Calm down," Althalus told him. "If you're going to do this, do it right. People who are all worked up make mistakes." Then a black-robed priest came striding up the rubble-littered street toward them. He was a fairly young man, and his hair was a rich auburn color. His dark eyes were flashing indignantly.
"I saw what you just did," he said. "You men are murderers."
"Shouldn't you get a few details before you start making accusations like that?"
Althalus said calmly.
"You killed him in cold blood."
"My blood wasn't particularly cold," Althalus said. "Was yours, Elia?" "Not really," Elia replied.
"The man was not a priest, Reverend Sir," Althalus told their accuser. "Quite the opposite, unless Daiva's set up a priesthood of his own here lately."
"Daiva?"
the youthful priest gasped.
"How do you know that name?"
"Is it supposed to be a secret?" Althalus asked mildly.
"That information is not supposed to be in the hands of the general population. Ordinary people aren't equipped to deal with it."
"Ordinary people are probably much wiser than you think they are, Reverend," Althalus told him. "Every family has a few black sheep. There's nothing really unusual about it. Davos and Dwea aren't really happy that their brother went astray, but it wasn't really their fault."
"You're a priest, aren't you?"
You make it sound like an accusation, Althalus said, smiling slightly. Elia and I sort of work for Delos, but I wouldn't go quite so far as to call us priests. The man Elia just put to sleep was one of the people who worked for Daiva. As soon as we discovered that, we killed him. There's a war in the works right now, Reverend. Elia and I are soldiers, and we're going to fight that war.
I'm a soldier of Delos, too,
the priest asserted. That hasn't been established yet, my young friend. There's a little test you have to take first. That's what you just saw happen here. The fellow lying over behind that wall didn't pass the test, so Elia killed him.
The stars haven't said anything about a war.
Maybe the news hasn't reached them yet.
The stars know everything.
Maybe, but maybe they've been told to keep the information to themselves. If I happen to be the one who's running this war, I don't think I'd be scrawling my battle plans across the sky every night, would you? The priest's eyes grew troubled.
You are attacking the very core of religion, he accused.
No, I'm attacking a misconception. You look at the sky and imagine that you're seeing pictures up there. But they aren't really pictures, are they? They're just disconnected points of light. There isn't a raven up there, or a wolf, or a serpent, or any other imaginary picture. The war's right here, not up there. And this is all beside the point. Let's find out if you really are one of the soldiers of the sky god.
I have taken a vow to serve him,
the priest asserted devoutly. Did he ever get around to telling you whether or not he accepted your vow? Althalus asked slyly. Maybe you don't qualify. The open-haired young man's eyes grew even more troubled. You are filled with doubts, aren't you, my friend? Althalus said sympathetically. I know that feeling very, very well. Sometimes your faith falters, and everything you want to believe seems to be nothing but a mockery and a deception, some cruel joke.
I want to believe. I try so hard to make myself believe.
Elia and I are here to make it easier for you, Althalus assured him. Show him the knife, Elia. If you say so, Elia said obediently. He looked at the troubled priest. Don't get excited about this, your worship, he said. I'm going to show my knife to you. I'm not threatening you with it or anything. There's something written on the blade that you're supposed to read to us. If you can't read it, we'll shake hands and part friends. If you do happen to see a word on the blade, you'll be joining us. This is that test Althalus was talking about. Just show him the knife, Elia, Althalus said. You don't have to make a speech to him. He gets grouchy sometimes, Elia told the now baffled priest. He's the oldest man in the world, and you know how grouchy old men get sometimes. We'd better get down to business before he starts jumping up and down and frothing at the mouth.
Elia, Althalus almost shouted, show him the knife.
You see what I mean about him? Elia said. He took the knife out from under his belt and pointed at the complex engravings on the blade. This is what you're supposed to try to read, he explained. The word sort of jumps right out at you, so you don't really have to work at it too hard.
Elia, Althalus almost pleaded.
I'm just trying to help him, Althalus. Elia held the hilt of the dagger firmly in his fist and turned his face to hold the blade directly in front of the trembling priest's pale face. What does it say, your worship? He asked politely. The youthful priest went paler still, as if every drop of blood had drained from his face.
Illuminate,
he replied so reverently that it seemed almost a prayer. The dagger in Elia's fist broke into joyful song. I knew he was the one, Althalus, Elia said in an offhand sort of way. That's why I was trying to sort of ease him into it. You're a fairly good sergeant, but sometimes you're just a little rough. You ought to work on that, if you don't mind my saying so. Thanks, Althalus replied in a flat, almost unfriendly way. It's part of my job, Althalus, Elia replied, tucking the knife back under his belt. I'm sort of your second in command, so if I see a way to do things better, I'm supposed to suggest it to you. You don't have to listen if you don't want to, of course, but I'd be letting you down if I didn't say it, wouldn't I? Don't say anything, Althalus, Emmy silently commanded. Althalus sighed. No, dear, he replied in a resigned tone.
Chapter 12.
The auburn-haired young priest had sunk limply down onto a mossy stone, and he sat staring at the ground in a kind of distracted wonder. "Are you all right?" Eliar asked their new companion. "I have seen the word of God," the priest replied in a trembling voice. "Dewas has spoken to me." "Yes," Eliar replied, "we heard him too." Then he amended that. "Well, actually, we heard the knife, but since it's God's knife in the first place, it sort of amounts to the same thing, I guess."
"Why did the knife make that sound?"
The priest's voice was still shaking and filled with awe. "I think that's God's way of letting us know that you're the one we've been looking for. My name's Eliar."
"I'm known as Behaid,"
the priest replied, looking into the young Aram's face with a puzzled expression. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Behaid," Eliar said, grasping the priest's hand.
"Aren't you a bit young to be a holy man?" Behaid asked. "Most holy men I've known are much older."
Eliar laughed. "Nobody's ever called me a holy man before, and I'm not really. I'm just a soldier who happens to be working for God right now. I don't really understand what's going on, but that's all right. A soldier doesn't have to understand. He just has to do as he's told." Behaid started to rise, but Eliar put one hand on his shoulder. "It might be better if you sat still for a while," he suggested. "If you're feeling at all the way I did when I first read the knife, you're probably a little wobbly right now. God's got a very loud voice. I'm sure you noticed that."
"Oh, yes," Behaid replied fervently. "What are we supposed to do now?"
"You'll have to ask Althalus here. He's the only one who can talk to Emmy, and Emmy's the one who makes the decisions."
"Who's Emmy?"
"As I understand it, she's the sister of God, but right now she sort of looks like a cat, and she spends all her time sleeping in that hood Althalus has on the back of his cloak. It's sort of complicated. Emmy's older than the sun, and she's very sweet, but if you make a mistake and cross her, she'll swat the end of your nose right off."
Behaid looked at Althalus. "Is this boy all right?" he asked.
"Eliar?" Althalus replied. "I think so. Of course, he hasn't had anything to eat for an hour or so he might be a little light-headed."
"I don't understand any of this at all," Behaid confessed.
"Good. That's the first step toward wisdom."
"This might all make more sense if I knew your sign, Althalus, and Eliar's as well. If I can cast your horoscopes, I'll probably know just who you are."
"Do you actually believe that, Behaid?" Althalus asked.
"Astrology's the core of all religion," Behaid told him. "Dewas has written our destinies in the stars. The duty of the priesthood is to study the stars so that we can give man the word of God. What's your sign? When were you born?"
"A very long time ago, Behaid," Althalus said with a faint smile. "I don't think you'd have much luck trying to cast my horoscope, because the stars have changed a lot since then. They had different names, and the people who looked at the skies didn't see them in the same combinations that you do. Half of the wolf was the bottom of something the old skywatchers called the turtle, and what astrologers called the boar now was the top half."
"That's blasphemy!"
Behaid exclaimed. "I wouldn't worry about it too much, Behaid. Those astrologers all died, so they won't be able to accuse you."
"That's not what I meant."
"I know, but they'd see it that way, wouldn't they?" Althalus put his hand on Behaid's arm. "There aren't really any pictures in the sky, you know. As I said before, the stars aren't connected with each other to make pictures for us to look at. But you already guessed that, haven't you? That's why you're having your crisis of faith. You want to believe that there's a wolf and a boar and a dragon up there, but when you look, you just can't really see them, can you?"
"I try," Behaid almost wept. "I try so very hard, but they just aren't there."
"Things have just been rearranged, Behaid. You won't have to look at the sky anymore because Eliar's got the knife of Dewas. The knife will tell us where to go next."
"Are we going to leave always?"
"I'm sure we are. We have a long way to go, I think." "You're wasting time, Althalus,"
Emmy's voice crackled inside his head. "You and Behaid can speculate about the stars on the way back to Osthos."
"Osthos?" Althalus protested out loud. "Emmy, we just came from there."
"Yes, I know. Now we have to go back."
"Were you talking with Emmy just now?" Eliar demanded. "Did she say that we have to go to Osthos again? I can't go back there, Althalus. Undine would have me killed if I went back."
"Is there something wrong?"
Behaid asked, sounding very confused. "We just got our marching orders," Althalus told him. "Eliar's a little bit unhappy about them."
"Did something happen just now that I missed?"
"Emmy just told me that we have to go to Osthos."
"I'm not sure I understand all this talk about somebody named Emmy."
"Emmy's the messenger of Davos, sort of. It's a bit more complex than that, but let's keep it simple for right now. Davos tells Emmy what he wants done, then she tells me, and I pass it on."
"We're taking orders from a cat?"
Behaid asked incredulously. "No, we're taking orders from God. We can talk about that on our way to Osthos, though. Emmy wants us to start getting ready to leave." Althalus glanced about. "Let's pile some more rocks on top of that dead man so that he's not quite so visible. Then we'll go pick up your belongings, and I'll buy you a horse. We'll leave first thing in the morning." They concealed the body more thoroughly and started off through the ruins toward the northern end of Aways.
"Who's this Undine person you were talking about?"
Behaid asked Eliar. "She's the ruler of Osthos," Eliar replied. "She wants to kill me."
"Whatever for?"
"Well," Eliar replied with a lightly pained expression, "I did sort of kill her father, I guess, but it was during a war, and that kind of thing happens during wars. I was just doing my job, but Undine took it personally. I didn't really mean anything by it. I was just following orders, but she can't quite understand that, I guess."
"Did any of that make sense to you?"
Behaid asked Althalus with a perplexed look. "You almost had to have been there," Althalus told him. "It was all very complicated. We can talk about it on our way to Osthos." They went to the northern end of Aways, where the black-robed priest stayed, picked up Behaid's blankets and his few other belongings, and then returned to the rudimentary camp where Althalus and Eliar had spent the previous night. Then Eliar and Behaid went to the corral of a horse trader and returned with a mount for their newest member.
"I'm awfully hungry, Althalus," Eliar said hopefully. "Could we have beef tonight instead of fish?"
"I'll make a fire,"
Behaid offered. "That won't be necessary," Althalus told him. Then he called up a fairly large beef roast and several loaves of bread. Behaid jerked back with a startled oath.
"Makes your hair stand on end, doesn't it?" Eliar chuckled. "I was almost afraid to eat the first supper he made that way, but the food he makes with words is really very good."
Eliar started to eat with a great deal of enthusiasm.
"How do you do that?"
Behaid asked Althalus in an awed voice.
"Emmy calls it using the book,"
Althalus replied.
"She taught me how to do it back in the house at the end of the world, where the book is."
"Which book?"
"The Book of Davos, of course."
"You've actually seen the Book of Davos?"
"Seen it?" Althalus laughed. "I lived with it for 2,500 years. I can recite it from end to end, forward or backward, and from side to side. If you'd really care to hear it that way, I think I could even recite it upside down if I put my mind to it."
"Exactly how is it that the Book of Davos makes it possible for you to perform miracles?"
"The book's the Word of God, Behaid. It's written in a very antique language that's sort of like the language we speak now, but not exactly. The words from the old language make things happen. If I say beef, nothing happens. But if I say go, we get supper. There's a lot more involved in the procedure, but that's the core of it. I spent a lot of years committing the book to memory." He tapped his forehead. "I've got it in here now, so I don't have to carry it with me, which isn't permitted, of course. The book has to stay in the house. It wouldn't be safe to carry it out into the real world. You'd better eat your supper before it gets cold." Eliar had several more helpings.
Then they talked a bit more before rolling up their blankets to sleep. It was always. Althalus was sure that it was always, but it had no buildings. He could clearly see the fork of the river Medio, but a grove of ancient trees had somehow replaced the ruins. He wandered for a time under those mighty oaks, and then he looked toward the west and saw people far off in the distance. As he watched them coming across the grassy plain toward the place where he stood, he seemed to hear a faint wailing sound coming from very far away. There was a lost, despairing quality to that wailing that seemed to wrench at his very soul. And then the people he'd seen reached the far bank of the river, and he could see them more clearly. They were dressed in the skins of animals, and they carried spears with stone points. He rolled over, muttering and groping under his blanket for the rock which had been gouging his hip. He finally located it, threw it away, and slid easily back into sleep. There were crude huts under the oak trees now, and the fur-clad people moved among those huts, talking in hushed and fearful tones. "He comes, he comes, he comes," the people said. "Make ready for his coming, for he is God." And the faces of some of the people were exalted, and the faces of others were filled with terror, and still they said, "He comes, he comes, he comes." And Gehen moved among them, whispering, and the people pulled back from Gehen with fear upon their faces. But Gehen paid no heed to their fear, and his eyes burned. And Gehen lifted his face and looked upon Althalus with his burning eyes, and the eyes of Gehen seared at the soul of Althalus. And Gehen spoke then, saying, "It is of little moment, my thief. Run, Althalus, run, and I shall pursue you down the nights and down the years, and the book shall avail you not, for I shall deliver you up to the throne of Daiva, and you, even as I, shall serve him down all the endless eons, and when the eons end, we shall turn and follow them back to their beginning. And then shall we turn again, and behold, they shall not be as they were before." The wailing sound rose to an awful shriek. Althalus started up, sweating profusely. "God!" he exclaimed, trembling violently.
"Who was he?"
Behade's terrified voice came out of the darkness.
"Who was that man with eyes of fire?"
"You saw him too?"
Elear asked, his voice also trembling.
"Step aside, Althalus."
Emmy's voice inside his head had a crisp, no-nonsense quality about it.
"I need to talk to them."
Althalus felt himself being rather rudely thrust aside.
"Elear,"
Emmy said,
"tell Behade who I am."
"Yes, ma'am," Elear responded.
"Behade," he said, "that's Emmy talking. She does that now and then. Althalus might still be here, but she's using his voice."
"The cat?"
Behade said incredulously.
"I wouldn't think of her as a cat exactly," Elear advised. "That's just the way she hides what she really is. Her real form would probably blind us if we looked at her."
"Hush, Elear," Emmy said gently.
"Yes, ma'am."
"What you've all just experienced, gentlemen, wasn't exactly a dream," Emmy told them. "Althalus has met Gehen before, so he'll be able to tell you about him after I've finished using his voice. What you saw just now wasn't a dream, but it wasn't real either. It's what Gehen and Daiva want to make real."
"Who were those people we saw?"
Behade asked in a trembling voice.
"The Medios, the first ones who came to this part of the world 10,000 years ago. They brought the worship of Delos with them when they came here, but Daiva's trying to change that. He's trying to alter things so that the first Medios worship him instead of his kinsman Delos."
"But that's impossible," Behade protested. "Once something's happened, it can't be changed."
"Keep a very firm grip on that thought, Behade," she advised. "It might help. Daiva doesn't seem to agree with you, though. He believes that he can change the past by changing the present. That's why we're being gathered together. We're supposed to prevent what Dave is trying to do. This will happen again. You'll see things that didn't really happen, and you won't always be asleep when you see them." "Let's just stop being fun, Emmy," Eliar complained. "If these wide-awake dreams come popping out of nowhere the way that one did, how can we tell what's real and what's not?" "Because of the wailing," she replied. "When you hear that wailing off in the distance, it's a sure sign that Gen's trying to alter the past. You will also know when the wailing starts that you're not in the present. You may be in the past or in the future, but you aren't in the place called now." Althalus looked off to the east, where the first faint hint of the new day was touching the horizon. "It's almost daybreak," he told his companions. "Let's gather up our things and get ready to start." "We are going to have breakfast, aren't we?" Eliar asked in a worried tone. Althalus sighed. "Yes, Eliar, we'll have breakfast." The sun was just coming up when the barge ferried them across the west fork of the river, and they rowed toward the west. After they'd gone a few miles, Behaid trotted up beside Althalus. "Can we talk?" he asked. "I guess that's permitted," Althalus replied. "How did you find out where the Book of Dewas was located?" Behaid asked. "I've been hearing stories about it for years now. Arguments about that book have been going on for centuries. Most of my teachers said that the book was actually the night sky, but some said that it really did exist. Evidently, those were the ones who were right." "Yes," Althalus replied, "there really is a book." "How did you find it? Did God come to you in a vision?" Althalus laughed. "No, it wasn't God who came to me. It was Gehend." "Gehend?" "He looked me up and hired me to steal the book for him. It was Gehend who told me where the house was." "Why would any honest man agree to something like that?" "An honest man probably wouldn't have, but I don't have that problem. I'm a thief, Behaid." "A thief?" "That's a man who steals things. I'm probably the best thief in the world, so I've got a good reputation. Gehend tracked me down and told me that he'd pay me if I stole the book for him. Then he told me where it was." "The house at the end of the world?" "Well, that's what it's called. It's built on the edge of a cliff up in northern Kagwa, and it's the biggest house I've ever seen. It's almost completely empty, though. There's only one room that has any furniture in it. That's where the book was. Of course, Emmy was there, too. She scolded me for being late, and I thought for certain that I'd gone mad. She told me to stop being silly, and then she taught me how to read." "From the Book of Dewas?" Behaid asked reverently. "It was the only book there." "What does it look like?" "It's a box covered with white leather. The pages are stacked inside the box. Emmy used to come all unraveled if I mixed up the pages. Anyway, I learned how to read the book, and then Emmy and I found a way to speak to each other without using our voices. Then we left the house to go find the knife. We discovered that Eliar had it. He's a mercenary soldier, and he was fighting in that war between Canthon and Osthos that's been going on for 40 or 50 generations now. Eliar was leading an attack on the walls of Osthos, and he killed the Aryo during the fighting. The Aryo's daughter, Andine, didn't like that at all, and since Eliar had been taken prisoner, she started thinking about all sorts of interesting things to do to him. I posed as a slave trader and bought him from her. Then we came here to find you. Now we're going back to Osthos to find somebody else." "How long ago was that? When Gehend hired you, I mean." "Emmy says it was 2,500 years ago. From what she tells me, people don't age in the house. It's just as well, really. If I'd aged normally, I'd have a white beard about 12 miles long by now." "Is Emmy really the sister of God?" "That's what she tells me. Her name's Dwyer, but she says she doesn't actually look much like that statue in her temple in Magu." "You worship a female god?" Behaid's eyes bulged in outrage. "I don't worship her, Behaid. I love her, but I don't worship her. Worship means absolute obedience, and it involves a lot of groveling.
I do what Emmy tells me to do most of the time, but I don't spend much time on my knees. We argue all the time, actually. Emmy likes to argue almost as much as she likes to sneak up and pounce on me. "May I touch her?" Behaid asked in an almost reverent tone. "Emmy," Althalus said back over his shoulder. "Wake up. Behaid wants to rub your ears." Emmy poked her sleepy-eyed face out of his hood.
"That would be nice," she murmured.
Althalus reached back, lifted her out of his hood, and held her out to Behaid. "Go ahead and hold her, Behaid," he said. "She'll steal your soul, of course, but why should you be any different from Elia and me?" Behaid jerked his hand back. "I'm only joking, Behaid," Althalus said.
"Are you really all that certain, pet?"
Emmy asked, her green eyes turning sly. Behaid's hands were trembling as he took her from Althalus, but he relaxed when Emmy started purring.
"When are we going to stop for lunch?"
Elia called from behind them. They rode on across Western Meadow, keeping off the main roads whenever possible. The sudden appearance of the cock-eyed man back in Aways indicated a likelihood that Gehend had agents everywhere. Althalus knew that they could deal with those agents, but unnecessary killings went against his grain. A really good thief shouldn't have to kill people. It was midsummer by the time they approached the bridge across the west fork of the river Osthos, and Althalus prudently turned aside from the road and led Elia and Behaid into a grove of trees some distance upstream. He said silently after they'd dismounted, "just exactly who are we supposed to find there in Osthos?"
"Guess,"
she replied rather smugly. "Don't do that," he scolded.
"You've already met her, pet."
He blinked. "You're not serious?" He almost said it out loud.
"Oh, yes."
"How are we supposed to get inside her palace?"
"You're the thief, Althalus," she replied. "If you can steal things, I'm sure you'll be able to steal one little girl."
"Emmy, her palace is guarded by an army. One little squeak out of her, and I'll have 30 armed men climbing all over me."
"Then we'll just have to make sure she doesn't squeak, won't we?"
She considered it.
"I think we'd better leave Elia and Behaid here, and your horse. We'll want to move very quietly. I'm a cat, and you're a thief. We know how to be quiet. They don't."
"How long have you known that Undine would be joining us?"
"Since the moment Elia read the knife."
"Why didn't we pick her up before we went to Aways?"
"That would have been out of sequence, pet. Everything must be in its proper place and time."
Althalus glanced at Elia, and he remembered the way Arya Undine had looked at the boy. "I think your brother's got a very warped sense of humor, Em," he said.
"Why, Althalus," she said, "I'm shocked at you. Shocked."
It was well past midnight when Althalus and Emmy slipped into Undine's palace in the center of Osthos. This time Emmy chose to walk rather than ride, and she moved on silent feet ahead of the thief, passing warnings back to him. Once they were inside the massive palace, she led him to the Arya's private quarters.
"She's asleep," Emmy advised. "There are 2 guards outside her door. Encourage them to take a little nap."
"How?"
"Try Leb."
"Will that work?"
"It always has before. After we leave, you'd better wake them up again, though. People might think it's a little peculiar if they slept for 50 or 60 years, the way you used to do back in the house."
"Is that the way you did it?"
"Of course. Step right along, Althalus. The night won't last forever, you know."
The pair of guards at Undine's door were still standing, but their chins had sagged down onto their chests, and they were snoring softly. Althalus reached past them and took hold of the door handle. Then Emmy hissed. "What's the problem?" he whispered.
"Argan."
"What's an Argan?"
"It's a who, not a what. This guard on the left is Argan."
Is that name supposed to mean anything to me?
I mentioned him before. Argan's another one of Gehen's underlings.
That's convenient. Althalus reached for his dagger.
Put that away,
Emmy said in a disgusted tone. It's a nice, simple solution, Em.
Perhaps, but how do you plan to solve the problem that'll come up later?
Which problem is that?
Returning him to life when he absolutely must be alive and well.
I don't follow that.
I didn't really think you would. Put the knife away, Althalus. You aren't the one who's supposed to deal with Argan any more than you were the one who's supposed to deal with Pekal or Knom. Just leave him alone.
Hold it, Emmy. Doesn't this mean that Gehend knew that we were coming here?
Probably, yes.
How did he find out?
Probably because Daiva told him.
How did Daiva find out?
The same way I did, of course. We heard things that you can't, Althalus. I know about people like Gahom and Pekal and Argan, and Daiva knows about people like Ilar and Behed and Andine. They are significant people, and significant people give off a certain sound that we can hear. Just leave Argan alone. Let's get Andine and get out of here before he wakes.
Chapter 13. The moon was full, and her pale light streamed in through the open window of the Arya's bedroom to fall upon the sleeping girl's face. Her mass of dark hair spilled out over her pillow, and sleep had softened her imperious expression, making her seem very vulnerable and very, very young. As silent as a shadow, Emmy flowed up onto the bed and sat beside the sleeping girl's pillow. Her green eyes were a mystery as she regarded the face of her sometime mistress. Then she started to purr. "How do we get her out of here?" Althalus asked silently. "I suppose I could carry her, but—"
"She'll walk," Emmy replied. "Look around and find her some clothes and a dark cape."
"Doesn't she have to be awake to walk? And won't she start screaming even before her eyes are open?"
"I know what I'm doing, Althalus. Trust me. Get her some clothes."
Althalus poked around until he found clothing suitable for travel, boots, and a well-made cloak. Then he turned. He saw Andine sitting on the edge of the bed. Her huge eyes were open, but they were obviously seeing nothing.
"Just bundle up her clothes," Emmy said. "I'll have her dress herself once we are outside the city. The cloak should be enough for now."
Andine stood up, her eyes still blank, and she was holding Emmy in her arms. Althalus draped the cloak about her shoulders. "How long can you keep her asleep like this?" he asked Emmy.
"As long as I need to."
6 or 8 weeks might not be a bad idea. If the first face she sees when she wakes up just happens to be Eliar's, things might start to get noisy. Emmy's eyes grew thoughtful.
"You might have a point there," she murmured. "Let me think about it for a bit. Shall we go?"
They led their sleeping captive out into the corridor, and Althalus stopped briefly to examine the face of the sleeping Argan. Gehen's henchman had yellow hair and regular features.
"What are you doing?"
Emmy asked. "I want to be sure I'll recognize him when I see him again," Althalus replied grimly. They went on down the corridor, and after they'd rounded a corner, Althalus reached back and woke Argan and his companion. Then he silently led the Arya of Osthos out of her palace. They moved quietly through the darkened streets of Osthos. Althalus used Leb to put the gate guards to sleep, and they left the city.
"I think you are right, Althalus,"
Emmy said as Andine woodenly dressed herself.
"It might be better to keep our mind asleep until we cross over into Perquain. By noon tomorrow, our soldiers are going to be looking under every bush in Treboria for her."
They soon rejoined Eliar and Behed, and Eliar looked rather closely at the young woman, who probably still wanted desperately to kill him.
"Is she all right?"
he asked with a note of concern in his voice.
"I mean, you didn't have to hurt her, did you?"
"Emmy put her to sleep," Althalus replied. It'll probably be better to keep her that way until we get her out of Treboria.
She won't be able to sit a horse in her present condition,
Behaid suggested.
I'll take care of her,
Eliar said.
I'll sit her on my horse in front of me. I can keep her from falling off.
All right, Althalus agreed. She's your responsibility. Take care of her. Let's move on out. I want to put some distance between us and Osthos by morning. They crossed the river Magu just to the north of the Perquane city of Gagan 2 days later and moved into the drought-stricken countryside to the west. Arya Amdine had remained semi-conscious, and Eliar had been strangely solicitous throughout the journey. He held her in place in front of him as they rode, and lifted her on and off his horse with a peculiar gentleness. He fed her at mealtimes, and his own appetite seemed to have fallen off considerably.
"Is it my imagination, or is he behaving just a bit oddly?"
Behaid asked Althalus after they'd crossed the river. "Eliar takes his responsibilities very seriously," Althalus replied, "and he's always volunteering because he wants to be helpful. He'll probably outgrow that in time."
Behaid chuckled. "From what you've told me, I don't think he should be quite so close to Undine when she wakes up. If she hates him as much as you say she does, she'll probably try to reach down his throat and jerk out his heart as soon as she lays her eyes on him."
"We'll find out before long, I expect. Emmy's going to wake our little girls this evening, and you and I should probably be on our toes when Eliar holds the knife out for her to read. She might take that as an invitation." They took shelter in the ruins of a long-abandoned house late that afternoon, and Althalus called up beef for supper before Emmy could suggest fish. Eliar, as he had since they'd left Osthos, cut up Undine's supper and fed her carefully. She sat placidly with her hands folded in her lap, opening her mouth as he held each bite to her lips, much as a sparrow chick might. After they'd eaten, Emmy commandeered Althalus' voice again to give them their instructions. "I want you to be standing directly in front of her with a knife right in front of her eyes when I wake her, Eliar. That way she'll see the knife before she sees you. Once she reads the knife, she'll be more or less compelled to do as she's told. She might rant and rave a bit, but she won't try to kill you." Eliar seated their captive on a square stone block by their fire, took out his knife, and stood in front of her with the blade before her eyes. Emmy leaped up into the girl's lap, nestled against her, and purred. The life flowed back into the Arya's huge dark eyes. "Can you tell me what that peculiar writing says, Your Highness?" Althalus asked her, pointing at the knife.
"Obey,"
Undine said, almost automatically. The knife sang joyously, and Emmy purred all the louder. Undine's expression was at once baffled and stunned. Then she seemed to realize that Emmy was in her lap. She seized the cat up in her arms and held her tightly.
"Naughty cat,"
she scolded.
"Don't you ever run away like that again. Where have you been?"
Then she looked at the ruins around them in utter astonishment as the knife continued its song.
"Where am I?"
she demanded. "You had better stay seated, Your Highness," Althalus suggested. "You are probably a bit dizzy right at first." The Arya, however, didn't appear to be listening. She was staring at Eliar instead.
"You!"
she said sharply. She dropped Emmy and sprang directly at the young Aram, both of her hands extended claw-like at his face.
"Assassin!"
she shrieked. Then she reeled and would have fallen had Eliar not caught her. "Be careful, Your Highness," the boy exclaimed. "You'll hurt yourself."
"Let me take care of her, Eliar," Behaid suggested. "Let's get her calmed down a bit."
"I can do it, Behaid," Eliar protested. "She can't really hurt me, you know."
"Maybe not, but the sight of you might be hurting her. I'm sure she'll come around, but it might be best if you stayed clear of her for a while."
"He's probably right, Eliar," Althalus agreed. "The girl's a little emotional." "A little?" Eliar said, then sighed a bit regretfully. "Maybe you're right, though. I'll stay away from her for a few days." Althalus and Behaid reseated Undine by the fire, and Emmy leaped up into the girl's lap again.
"Where are we?"
Undine asked in her vibrant voice. "Perquane, Your Highness," Althalus replied.
Perquane? That's impossible.
I wouldn't be too quick to start throwing that word around, Your Highness, Behaid advised her. Althalus here can do almost anything, and Emmy can do even more.
I don't believe I know you,
she said.
My name is Behaid, he introduced himself. I'm a priest. Well, I was, until Althalus called me.
Just what's going on here, Master Althalus?
The girl demanded.
I thought you were taking the slaves you bought from me to the salt mines of Ansu.
I sort of lied about that, Your Highness, he admitted blandly. Elia was the only one I really needed. I told the rest of them to go home.
You thief!
Her voice rose, soaring dramatically. That's a fairly accurate description, yes, he agreed. Let's clear the air here a bit. You've just entered the service of Deos, the sky god.
That's absurd.
Undine, he said firmly, what was the word you read on the knife?
It said, obey,
she replied. Exactly. Now hush. Don't interrupt me when I'm explaining things to you. I'm the teacher, you're the student. I'm supposed to teach. You're supposed to sit there and look stupid.
How dare you?
Shh, Undine. Her eyes went very wide, and she struggled, fighting the compulsion he just laid upon her, but no sound came from her mouth.
I have a feeling that might prove to be useful from time to time,
Behaid murmured, as if to himself. That'll do, Behaid, Althalus told him.
Sorry.
Althalus patiently explained the situation to his reluctant pupil.
It gets easier to accept after a while, he assured her after he'd finished.
I thought I'd gone insane when Emmy first got her paws on me, but that passed eventually. She has her little ways, as you probably already know.
What do you mean?
The girl asked. Wake up, Undine. Would you have really sold Elia to me unless something very powerful had gotten its little paws on your heart? Killing him was the only thing on your mind that day when I walked into your palace. Then Emmy jumped up into your lap and started purring at you. After about a half hour of that, you'd have given me the entire city of Ostos for her. Now, wouldn't you?
Well...
Undine looked helplessly at the cat in her lap.
She's so adorable,
the girl said, catching Emmy up in her arms and snuggling her face up to the furry captor of her heart. You noticed, Althalus said dryly. Don't try to fight her, because she always wins. Just give her all your love and do as she tells you to do. You might as well, because she'll cheat to get what she wants, if she has to.
I think that's about enough, Althalus.
Emmy's voice crackled crisply in his mind. Yes, dear, he replied. Did you happen to read the knife when Elia showed it to Undine?
Of course.
Where do we go next?
Hule.
Hule's a big place, Em. You didn't by any chance happen to pick up the name of the one we want, did you?
We don't need the name of this one, pet. He'll find you.
You two are talking to each other again, aren't you? Eliar asked a bit wistfully. She was just giving me our instructions. We have to go to Hule. Eliar's eyes brightened.
We'll be passing through Aram then, won't we? Do you think I might have time to stop and say hello to my mother? She worries about me a lot.
I think we can arrange that, Althalus agreed. I don't think you should tell her what we are doing, though. Eliar grinned.
I'm pretty good at that. There were all the things I did when I was just a boy that I didn't tell her about. I didn't come right out and lie to her, of course. A boy should never lie to his mother. But now and then things sort of slip my mind. You know how that can happen.
Oh, yes, Althalus laughed. Things have been slipping my mind for as long as I can remember.
I'm sort of hungry, Althalus, Eliar said. I've been so busy taking care of Her Highness here that I seem to have missed a few meals. I'm absolutely starving.
You'd better feed him, Althalus, Behaid suggested. We don't want him wasting away on us.
You might ask Her Highness if she'd like something, too, Eliar added. I couldn't get her to eat very much at all at lunchtime.
Undine was staring at them.
You missed all that, didn't you, Undine?
Behaid said a bit slyly.
After Emmy put you to sleep, Eliar looked after you like a mother hen with only one chick. He spent more time feeding you than he spent feeding himself, and food's very important to young Eliar just now. If you watch him closely, you can almost see him grow.
What are you talking about? He's a grown man.
No, he's only a boy, Behaid corrected her. He's probably not much older than you are.
He's bigger than any man in Osthos.
Arams are bigger than Treborians, Althalus told her. The farther north you go, the taller people get, maybe so that they're tall enough to see over all the snow that piles up in the north.
If he's only a boy, what was he doing in a war?
He comes from a warrior culture. They start earlier than civilized people do. It was his first war, and it was supposed to be a quiet one. The half-wit who sits on the throne in Canthon got carried away, though, so he ordered the soldiers he'd hired from Eliar's clan chief to invade your father's territory. It was a stupid thing to do, and it wasn't supposed to happen. It was his fault that your father got killed, not Eliar's. Eliar was only following orders. The whole business was the result of a series of stupid mistakes. But that's what most wars are all about, I guess. Nobody ever really wins a war when you get right down to it. Do you think you could eat something? You don't really have to, but Eliar's worried about how little he was able to get you to eat on our way here from Osthos.
Why should he care?
He feels responsible for you, and Eliar takes his responsibilities very seriously.
You put me in the care of that monster?
Her voice soared.
I'm lucky he didn't kill me.
He wouldn't do that, Undine. Quite the opposite, actually. If somebody had threatened you along the way, Eliar would have killed him, not you, or he'd have died trying.
You're lying.
Go ask him.
I wouldn't talk to him if my life depended on it.
Someday it might, Undine, so don't lock yourself in stone on this issue.
Let it lie, Althalus, Emmy's voice told him. She isn't ready for this yet. Keep those two apart for now. Turn her over to Behaid for a while. I'll stay with her and try to get her past this.
Should I buy her a horse?
Let's get her settled down a little first.
You think she might try to run away?
The knife won't let her do that, pet. But she doesn't want to face the truth about what Eliar really is, so she might try to override the compulsion, and that could cause her a great deal of pain. Let Behaid know what's going on, and have him help her along. You stay with Eliar and keep him away from Undine. Let's sort of tiptoe around the children until they settle down.
They rode north through the drought-ravaged fields of Perquain, and Althalus and Behaid rather carefully kept some distance between Eliar and Undine. Althalus soon realized that the auburn-haired young priest was very intelligent, and once he'd been cured of the notion that astrology really had any significance, he was able to apply his intellect more usefully.
"Is it my imagination, Althalus?"
he asked one evening when they were alone.
"Or is there something brewing between the children? They never look each other in the face, but their eyes are always sort of straying back to each other for some reason."
"They're at that age, Behaid," Althalus replied.
"I don't quite follow."
"That age. They're both adolescents, with all that's implied in the word adolescent. This is a very trying time for them, and even more trying for you and me, I'm afraid."
"Yes,"
Behaid agreed.
"I sort of noticed that myself."
"They are both having urges right now. The simplest way to deal with that would be for you to perform a wedding ceremony. We could give them a week or so to explore the differences between boys and girls, and then we could get back to business." Behaid laughed.
"Oh, we might have a little difficulty persuading Undine to go along with that notion. She's like a little teapot, isn't she? Always right on the verge of blowing off her lid."
"Nicely put, Behaid," Althalus noted. "Ilia's an uncomplicated little boy, and Undine's just the opposite. I rather imagine that Emmy has plans for them, though."
"Has she said anything to you about that?"
"She doesn't really have to. Emmy and I have been together for long enough for me to get occasional hints about her intentions. It's part of her nature to bring boys and girls together. You might want to keep that in mind, Behaid. She's probably already shopping around to see if she can find a wife for you."
"I'm a priest, Althalus. The men in my order don't marry. It's one of the vows we take."
"You might want to give some thought to joining another order, then. If Emmy decides to marry you off, she will marry you off, whether you like the idea or not." It was when they were approaching Magu that Emmy spoke quite sharply to Althalus, her silent voice echoing in his mind.
"Up ahead," she said urgently.
"What is it?"
"That man standing off to the left side of the road. It's Coleman, Althalus. Put your guard up. He'll try to get inside your mind."
"Another of Gen's underlings?"
"Yes, and probably the most dangerous one of all. Get between him and Ilia. The boy's not equipped to deal with him."
"And I am? What do I do?"
"Put yourself between him and the others. Look him in the face and count trees."
"Again with the counting trees, Em?" he murmured in a weary tone.
"Not quite. Skip numbers."
"You missed me there, Em."
"Jump from 6 to 8, then go back to 3. Scramble the numbers the way you'd scramble eggs."
"What's that supposed to do?"
"It'll distract his mind from what he's attempting. He'll try to creep inside your mind. If you're throwing out-of-sequence numbers at him, he won't be able to concentrate on you or on any of the others. He'll be looking for information, and we don't want him to get any. Block him out, Althalus."
"I hope you know what you're doing, Em, and please don't tell me to trust you again." The man at the side of the road had a harsh-looking face and a short white beard. His eyes, Althalus noticed, burned in almost the same way Gehen's eyes had that night in Nabjor's camp. Althalus reined his horse in slightly and looked directly at the harsh-faced man. Althalus began to count silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 942, 8, 9, 12... The man at the side of the road blinked. Then he shook his head as if trying to clear it. 19, 84, 2, 4, 6, 52. The man Emmy had identified as Koman glared at Althalus with smoldering hatred. "Are we having fun yet?" Althalus asked dryly, then continued. 11 million and a quarter, 13, 97 and 6/8, 43... The man called Koman stalked away, muttering to himself.
"Always nice talking with you, friend," Althalus called after him. "We'll have to do this again sometime, real soon." "The fractions were a stroke of absolute genius, pet," Emmy's thought actually purred.
"I thought you might like them," Althalus said.
"Where in the world did you come up with the notion?"
He shrugged. "I just made it up," he said. "I thought that if whole numbers bother him, bits and pieces of numbers should drive him wild." They stopped by a farm on the outskirts of Magu, and Althalus bought a rather sedate mare for Undine. The Aria wasn't particularly impressed by her mount, but despite Emmy's assurances that the volcanic girl with her dramatic voice was resigned to her situation, Althalus had prudently decided to mount her on a horse that wasn't likely to run very fast. Then they left the lands of the Perquenes and rode on up into the foothills of Aram. Behaid and Undine rode side by side along the way, and the auburn-haired priest spent days trying to explain just exactly why the snow on the mountain-tops of Aram didn't melt in the summer. Undine's teachers had evidently been great believers in logic, so despite the evidence of those white-tipped mountains, she continued to argue that since the peaks were closer to the sun, it had to be warmer up there. After 3 days of that, Behaid gave up. They reached the valley where Chief Albron's fort stood shortly after noon on a glorious summer day, and Althalus had a brief word with Elia. "Keep your visit with your mother sort of brief, Elia," he advised. "You know that place a few miles on ahead where there's a waterfall in the river?"
"Quite well. We used to go swimming in the pool at the foot of the falls,"
Elia replied. "We'll make camp there. Try to catch up with us before dark."
"I'll be there,"
Elia promised. Then he turned aside and rode on down into the valley.
"Well,"
Undine said sardonically,
"I'm sure that's the last we'll see of him."
"Why do you say that?" Althalus asked her.
"Because he'll run off and hide."
"I rather doubt that."
"The only reason he stayed with us is because you have some kind of hold on him. He's a murderer, and murderers can't be trusted. And you let him keep that precious knife you need so much. You can kiss that goodbye, too, Master Althalus."
"You're wrong on all counts, Undine. Elia's a soldier, and he always follows orders. He'll rejoin us before nightfall, and he's the one who's supposed to carry the knife. He just wants to visit his mother, that's all."
"I'm getting very tired of hearing about his mother,"
she flared.
"They're very close, Undine," Behaid told her. "I talked often with Elia since we met. His father was killed in a war several years ago, and Elia became his mother's only support. He was a little young to go off to war, even for an Arum, but his mother needed his soldiers' pay to keep eating. In a peculiar sort of way, Elia went off to war as a way to show his love for his father and his mother. Your father was unlucky enough to get in his way while he was showing his veneration for his parents. Isn't that sort of what you were doing when you were planning to kill him before Althalus came along?"
"It's not the same thing at all, Behaid,"
she flared.
"My father was the Ario of Osthos. Elia's father was just a common soldier."
"And do you believe that Elia loved his father less than you loved yours? We all love and revere our parents, Undine, and the peasant or common soldier loves and grieves as deeply as the aristocrat. You might want to think about that just a bit before you launch yourself into your next tirade."
They set up camp in a grove of fir trees near the waterfall, and Undine spent the afternoon off by herself sitting on a log and watching the tumbling water. "I think you might have touched a nerve there, Behaid," Althalus said. "Our little Arya seems to be reconsidering some of her preconceptions."
"Class distinctions are an impediment to understanding, Althalus," Behaid told him, "and anything that interferes with understanding should be discarded."
"You might want to give some thought to keeping that particular opinion tucked up under your arm, Behaid," Althalus advised. "It won't make you very popular in certain areas." As Althalus had predicted, Elia rejoined them just as the sun was going down. The boy was in high spirits. Arya Undine seemed on the verge of several spiteful remarks, but evidently Behaid's little sermon had taken some of the wind out of her sails, and she finally announced that she had a splitting headache, and that she was going to bed. Summer was winding down to its dusty conclusion when they came down out of the northern foothills of Aram and rode into the vast forest of Hur. In spite of all that had happened, Althalus felt good to be back. He'd once told Emmy that the house at the end of the world had been the closest thing he'd ever had to a permanent home, but he now realized that his declaration hadn't been entirely true. No matter how far he traveled, he always felt good when he returned to Hule, and he finally came to realize that more than any place else, Hule was his home. They rode some distance back into the forest of gigantic trees, and Althalus was pleased and almost surprised that he still knew his way around in the woods. For some reason he wasn't surprised when he discovered that a place he remembered very well was still there, and that the more recent settlers in Hule had yet to contaminate it with their rude huts, muddy streets, and the stumps of trees. "We'll stop here," he announced to his companions.
"We still have a fair amount of daylight, Althalus,"
Behaid pointed out.
"We'll have time to get settled in then. This is the place."
"I didn't quite follow that,"
Behaid confessed. The knife told us to go to Huel, Behaid. This is Huel.
Wasn't it Huel 10 miles back? And won't it still be Huel 10 miles on up ahead?
No, I don't think so. I'll see what Emmy has to say about it, but I'm sure this is the place. This is where it all started, my friend. This is the place where Gehent hired me to go to the house at the end of the world to steal the Book of Dewas for him. This is where Nabjor's camp used to be. Emmy and I used to have long talks about coincidence back in the house. We never did settle the matter, but I've got a very strong feeling that some things that seem to be pure chance or coincidence aren't that at all. They are things that were intended to happen. When Emmy read the knife and told me that it said Huel, this was the first place I thought of, and I rather imagined that I was supposed to. It's one of those significant places, Behaid. So let's stay here for a bit and find out if significant events need significant places to happen in.
I think you're starting to get the hang of this, pet.
Emmy silently congratulated him. After they'd set up their camp, Althalus poked around a bit to see if the sentries had left any traces of Nabjor's establishment. He eventually came to the narrow crevice between two large standing boulders where Nabjor had brewed his mead. There was a mound of stones near the back of the crevice, and lying on top of the mound were the much-pitied remnants of a large bronze battle-axe. Even in its present condition, Althalus recognized it. He sighed. "At least somebody cared enough about you to give you a decent burial, old friend," he said to the grave. Then he smiled. "I'd tell you quite a story if you were still here, Nabjor. You always liked a good story, didn't you? I do wish you were still here. A few cups of your mead would go rather well right now. Maybe when this is all over, we'll be able to sit on a cloud somewhere drinking your mead, and I'll tell you all about the house at the end of the world." He sighed again. "Sleep well, old friend," he said. It was just past midnight, and their fire had burned low. Althalus wasn't even particularly surprised when his seemingly dormant instincts warned him that someone was creeping up on their camp. He silently rolled out from under his blankets and slipped into the darker shadows, away from the fire.
"You heard it too?"
Eliar's whisper came out of the shadow of a gigantic tree. Even that didn't surprise Althalus.
"I think it's the one we've been waiting for,"
he whispered back. "He might try to run. Stop him, but don't hurt him."
"All right."
They waited, scarcely breathing. Then Althalus heard a faint scuffling sound back a ways in the forest. "He's not very good," he whispered to Eliar.
"What's he doing?"
"He's trying to sneak up on our camp, probably to steal whatever he can lay his hands on. He's fairly inept about it if he can't move any more quietly than that. He'll go to where the horses are."
"Is he going to try to steal our horses?"
"Probably. Work your way round to the far side and come up on him from behind. I'll slip over to the horses. He won't see them, so I'll surprise him. If he gets away from me, you grab him."
"Right."
Eliar faded off into the shadows. It wasn't particularly difficult to apprehend the would-be thief. When he reached the place where the horses were tied, Althalus was waiting for him in the shadows, and Eliar was no more than a few feet behind him. They grabbed him from the front and back almost simultaneously.
"He's just a little boy, Althalus,"
Eliar said, easily holding their struggling captive. "Yes, I noticed." Althalus took the child by the scruff of the neck and hauled him to the fire.
"I didn't do anything,"
the child protested in a shrill voice, struggling to get free. "That probably is because you're too clumsy for this line of work," Althalus told him. "What's your name?"
"I'm called Althalus,"
the boy answered, a bit too quickly. Eliar doubled over with sudden laughter.
"Pick another name, boy," he chortled. "The man who's holding you by the back of the neck is the real Althalus." "Really?"
the boy answered in astonishment.
"I thought he was just an old legend."
"What's your real name, boy?" Althalus demanded. "No more lies. Tell me your name."
"I'm called Geher, Master Althalus."
The boy stopped struggling. "Show him the knife, Eliar," Althalus said. "I think Geher here is the one we've been waiting for." Eliar drew out the knife.
"What does the writing on this knife blade say, Geher?" he demanded. "I can't read, sir."
"Try." Geher squinted at the knife.
"It looks to me as if it says deceive," he said dubiously. "Is that anywhere close at all?"
The knife, however, had burst into joyous song. "It sounds close enough to me," Heliar congratulated their newest member. "Welcome, Geher." Chapter 14.
"Things haven't been too easy since my father finally drank himself to death last year," Geher said. "I ran errands for Duane. He keeps a tavern not far from here. He'd let me eat the scraps from his table and sleep in the shed at the back of his tavern. A lot of thieves used to drink at Duane's tavern, and I'd listen to them talking, but I knew enough not to ask questions. Was I doing something wrong when I tried to sneak up on your camp, Master Althalus?"
"Didn't the notion of moving quietly ever occur to you?" Geher sort of hung his head.
"I thought you were all asleep."
"You're still not supposed to make so much noise. You are crashing around like a drunken bear."
"Do you suppose you might have the time to give me a few pointers?"
Geher asked hopefully. "We'll see." Geher had muddy blonde tangled hair, and he was dressed in cast-off that he'd evidently tried, without much success, to patch. His clothing was filthy, and his face and hands and hair weren't much better.
"You have no family at all, then?"
Heliar asked.
"Not that I know of, no. Of course, my father couldn't remember very much along towards the end there. He might have had some brothers or sisters, but he never told me about them. He was too drunk most of the time to make sense."
"What about your mother?"
"I don't know for sure if I ever had one."
Heliar choked on that just a bit. "Aren't you feeling a little dizzy?" he asked.
"No. Should I?"
"I did the first time I read the knife."
"I'm fine. Do you work for Master Althalus here?"
"You could put it that way, yes," Heliar replied. Behaid came into the firelight. "I heard the knife singing," he said. Then he stared at Geher. "Is this our newest acolyte?" "That's what the knife tells us," Althalus replied. "He's only a child," Behaid objected. "You can talk to the knife about that, if you'd like. I don't choose them, Behaid. I just hunt them down. His name's Geher." "What word did he read?" "It was deceive, wasn't it, Althalus?" Heliar asked. "That's the way I heard it." Behaid frowned. "Seek, lead, illuminate, obey, and deceive." He went down the list. "That last one doesn't seem to fit. I don't quite follow the logic there."
"Emmy can explain it," Heliar told him. "Emmy can explain anything." "What are you people doing?" Undine demanded crossly, coming into the light. "How am I supposed to sleep with all this noise going on out here?"
"We were just getting to know our latest recruit, Undine," Althalus replied.
"This,"
she said, looking disdainfully at Geher.
"Is this the best we can do?"
"All shall be revealed in time," Behaid said with mock piety.
"Go preach your sermon someplace else, Behaid,"
she flared. She looked Geher up and down.
"Did he crawl out from under a rock, perhaps? Or did he just come slithering out of the nearest cesspool?" "Do I have to take that from her, Master Althalus?" Geher demanded with a certain heat.
"Turn him loose, Althalus," Emmy's voice whispered. "Won't that make the rest of the night a little noisy?" he objected. "Just do it, pet." "Whatever you say, Em." Althalus looked at the boy. "Feel free to respond, Geher. Brace yourself, though. Our beloved Undine has an expressive and penetrating voice."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Undine demanded, her voice going up several octaves. "We love your voice, Your Highness," he replied with a straight face. "You need to work on your crescendos just a bit, though. You might think about some deep breathing exercises. Get some bottom under your voice so that you don't have to move from a whisper to a shriek quite so fast. It'll be much more impressive once you learn to control it." He glanced at Geher. "Was there something you wanted to add, boy?" he asked.
"I just wanted to tell her that I don't much care for that nose-up-in-the-air way she talks,"
Geher replied. He looked Undine in the face.
"All right, lady, so I'm woodsy. So what? If you don't like the way I look, don't look at me. I don't have any parents. I wear rags because that's all I can find to wear. I don't see where that's any of your business, though. I'm too busy staying alive to worry about how I look, and if you don't like it that way, well, that's just too bad."
"Move over, Althalus." Emmy's tone was brisk. "I'm going to take care of something right now." He felt her roughly shouldering his consciousness out of her way. Undine was gaping at Geher.
"People don't talk to me that way,"
she gasped.
"Not to your face, maybe," Geher shot back. "But I think if you'd close your mouth and listen to other people once in a while, you might find out what they really think of you. But you don't want to know, do you? I wasn't raised in a place the way you were, lady. I grew up in a garbage heap, so I don't have fancy manners." "I don't have to listen to this?" "Maybe you don't have to, but you really should. I breathe in and out the same as you do, lady, and you don't own the air, so it belongs to me as much as it does to you. Just back away, lady. You make me even sicker than I make you."
Undine fled. "Why did you do that?" Althalus just silently demanded.
"Of course," Emmy replied. "I told you that I'd have to go through you to do these things. Geher's going to work out just fine, Althalus." Emmy paused. "I think you should clean him up just a bit, though," she added.
They stayed in Nabjor's old camp for several days, introducing Geher to his new situation. The boy was quick, there was no question about that. In a different time and place, Althalus might have taken him under his wing as an apprentice, since he recognized an enormous potential. It took a while, however, to persuade Geher that regular bathing would keep the noise down. With Emmy's help, Althalus conjured up some clothing for their recruit, and that made him look much less like the run-off from a passing rag cart. Undine avoided Geher almost religiously until the morning of the boy's 4th day in the camp. Then she came to the fire with a determined look on her face and a comb and a pair of scissors in her hands.
"You,"
she said to him. She pointed at a stump.
"Sit there. Now, what are you going to do to me?" "I'm going to fix your hair. You looked like a haystack." "I can smooth it down if it bothers you." "Hush, sit."
Geher looked quickly at Althalus.
"Do I have to take orders from her?"
he asked. "I would if I were you. Let's keep peace in the family if we can."
"How can you even see through all of this?"
Undine demanded, taking hold of the shock of hair that hung down over Geher's forehead. Then she started combing and cutting, frowning in concentration. For some reason she seemed to be taking her task very seriously. Geher apparently wasn't used to haircuts, so he squirmed a bit as Undine barbered at him for all she was worth.
"Sit still,"
she commanded. She combed and snipped for almost an hour, frequently stepping back to critically look at her handiwork.
"Close,"
she said finally, reaching out to snip off a stray hair. Then she looked at Althalus.
"What do you think?"
she asked. "Very nice."
"You didn't even look."
Her voice went up an octave or so.
All right, I'll look. Don't get excited."
Geher's shaggy hair was neatly trimmed and well combed now. Undine had cut his forelock into straight bangs, and the rest of his hair ended at his collar line in the fashion Althalus had seen in Osthos. "Really not bad at all, Your Highness," he said. "Where did you learn barbering?"
"I used to trim my father's hair for him," she replied. "Shaggy hair makes my fingers start to itch."
"At least he doesn't look quite so much like a sheepdog anymore," Behade noticed.
Undine took Geher firmly by the chin. and looked him straight in the face.
"You're presentable now, Geher," she told him. "You're clean and you've got new clothes and a decent haircut. Don't go out and play in the mud."
"I won't, ma'am," Geher promised. He looked at her almost bashfully.
"You're awfully pretty, ma'am," he blurted out. "And I didn't really mean everything I said to you the other night." "I knew that," she said with a little toss of her head. Then she stroked his freshly trimmed hair and kissed his cheek. "Run along now, Geher," she told him. "Go out and play, but don't muss your hair or muddy up your clothes."
"Yes, ma'am," he promised. Undine looked around, absently clicking her scissors.
"Anybody else?"
she asked. Emmy read the knife that afternoon.
"Queron," she advised Althalus. "We still have one more to pick up, and we'd better hurry."
They broke camp the next morning and rode northwesterly up through the ancient forest of Hule. Undine peculiarly had insisted that Geher ride with her on her placid mare.
"I didn't really think they were getting off to a very good start right there at first," Eliar said to Behaid and Althalus. "Did something happen that I didn't know about?"
Geher said something to her that night that apparently cut a little close to the bone, Behaid explained. I'm sure that he's the first commoner she's ever actually encountered. She probably didn't have any idea at all about how miserable the lives of most common people really are. Geher's a bit quick with his tongue, and our little princess was probably surprised that he even knows how to talk at all. The haircut and the ride on her horse are her way of apologizing to him for any past injustices.
"You've got some fairly radical opinions for a member of the priesthood, Behaid," Althalus suggested.
The goal of mankind should be justice, Althalus. In their hearts men really want to be just and kindly, but other things get in the way. It's the duty of the priesthood to keep man on the right course.
"Isn't it just a little early in the day for these dense philosophical discussions?" Althalus asked.
It's never too early or too late to learn, my son,
Behaid proclaimed sententiously. "Now that's really offensive." Behaid gave him a mischievous little smirk.
"I'm glad you liked it," he said.
It was early autumn in Queron, and the leaves of birch and aspen were beginning to turn. Althalus hadn't been up into these particular mountains very often, largely because there had been very few people in Queron when he'd met Gehend and gone to the house at the end of the world. The villages here were small and crudely built, and the people who lived in them seemed fearful and withdrawn.
"They aren't very friendly here, are they?"
Eliar asked as they rode along the muddy single street of another hamlet.
"Back home everybody comes out to gawk at strangers who come through, but these people all go hide."
"The Querons are reported to be a superstitious lot," Behaid told him. "I've heard that they grow violent if somebody's shadow happens to touch them. I think it might have something to do with how close Queron is to Nequeros. Legends tell us that some fairly awful things come creeping out of Nequeros now and then."
"Has Emmy told you where we're going yet?"
Eliar asked Althalus. "I'm sure she'll get around to it, eventually," Althalus replied. They rode steadily westward for the next week and came down out of the mountains to the jagged shoreline of the long, narrow inlet that marked the western edge of Queron. The inlet, like the sea at the edge of the world in Kagwa, was filled with ice.
"We are getting closer, Althalus,"
Emmy's voice murmured late one afternoon.
"Let's pull back into the woods a ways, set up a camp of sorts, and then you, Behaid, and I had better drift into a couple of those villages down by the edge of the inlet."
"What are we looking for, Em?"
"A witch."
"You're not serious?"
"The local people call her a witch, but she isn't really. We'll want to talk with the priests in these little towns, and Behaid knows how to talk to other priests. Don't throw the word witch around in front of the others. It's one of those words that turns people's heads off."
They rode back into the forest, and Althalus spoke briefly with Behaid. Then he told Eliar, Andine, and Geher to wait. "Behaid and I are going to snoop around a bit," he told them. "These Clarons are sort of peculiar. I'd like to get the lay of the land before we all go trooping into these villages." When Althalus and the auburn-haired young priest rode on back to the main trail,
"I need to talk to him, Pat," Emmy said. "Why don't you take a little nap or something?"
"Very funny, Em."
"Just step aside, Althalus. You can listen if you want, but stay out of it."
Then she sort of shouldered him out of the way again. "Behaid," she said. Behaid looked sharply at Althalus.
"Is that you, Emmy?"
he asked in a startled tone. "Yes. Put on your priestly expression and brush up on your astrology just a bit. When we go into these villages, I want you to look up the local priest in each one. Introduce yourself and tell them that you come here to verify something that you've read in the stars."
"I might need something a little more specific, Emmy,"
he said. "Tell them that if you are reading the stars right, there's going to be a fairly big avalanche around here in the near future."
"Will there really be one?"
"I can almost guarantee it, Behaid. I'll have Althalus bring down a whole mountain if we really need one that big. I want you to act very concerned. You've traveled halfway across the world to warn the people, make a big fuss, get excited, throw in the word disaster every time you get a chance. Then, after Althalus has spilled a few acres of boulders down a mountainside, everybody around here is going to believe that you're a holy savior, and they'll all trust you." Behaid looked a bit puzzled.
"Exactly what are we building up to here, Emmy?"
"One of the villages around here has somebody they believe is a witch chained up, and they're planning a big celebration when they burn her at the stake. You're going to persuade them to turn her over to you instead. Tell them that you're going to take her back to Ares for interrogation."
"That might be a bit tricky, Emmy,"
he said dubiously. "Not really. Just tell them that the priesthood in Ares needs to know what Daiva's plans are, so that they can take steps to counter those plans. Make dramatic noises about the fate of the world, eternal darkness, hordes of demons rushing up out of hell, and assorted other foolishness. I'll have Althalus punctuate your speeches with thunderclaps and earthquakes, and maybe a few heavenly trumpets."
"Emmy,"
he protested. "Yes, was there some problem with that?"
"What you're talking about is pure fakery."
"So what?"
"I'm a priest, Emmy, not a charlatan. We can't just make things up this way."
"Why not?"
"I'm supposed to tell the truth."
"It is the truth, Behaid. All you are going to do is simplify things so that simple people can understand."
"Is this woman we're going to rescue really a witch?"
"Of course not. She's one of us, or she will be as soon as she reads the knife. We have to have her, Behaid. We'll fail if she's not with us."
"You're forcing me to violate one of my most sacred vows."
"Oh, I'm sorry. We won't do it that way, then. We'll just kill everybody in this part of Queron instead. You'll be standing waist-deep in blood, but your soul will be all nice and clean. Won't that make you proud?"
"Monstrous."
"It's entirely up to you, Behaid. You can either be a swindler or a butcher. Take your pick." She paused. Quickly, Behaid. Choose which it's to be so that we can get on with this. If we're going to kill all these people, we'd better get to killing." "Aren't you coming down on him a little hard, Em?" Althalus murmured to her from the back corner of his mind.
"He is going to learn to do as he's told, Pat. The words each of you pick up from the knife apply to all of us. You aren't the only one who's seeking, and Andine's not the only one who must obey. We all seek, and we all obey."
Then she spoke aloud to their very troubled young priest. "Well, Behaid, what's it to be? Lies or blood?"
"What choice do I have?"
he said helplessly.
"I lie to them."
"That's nice," she approved. They rode down into a crude village that had probably been the home of fishermen before the coming of the ice. Althalus climbed down off his horse and approached one of the residents, a thickly bearded man leading a placid ox. "Excuse me," Althalus said to the man, "do you happen to know where I might find the local priest?"
"There's the church right over there. He might not be awake yet, though."
"I'll wake him," Althalus said. My Reverend Master here needs to talk to him."
"He doesn't like to be roused out of his bed."
"He'll like getting buried alive a lot less."
"Buried alive?"
the bearded man exclaimed. "By the avalanche."
"What avalanche?"
"The one that's going to come rolling down the side of that mountain before long. Thanks for the information, friend. Have yourself a real fine day."
"You weren't supposed to say that, Althalus,"
Behaid hissed when the worried man with the ox was out of earshot. "Preparation, Behaid," Althalus explained. "A few awful rumors are always useful in these situations." The local priest was a tall, untidy man with melancholy eyes, and his name was Turkor. "I haven't studied astrology as deeply as I probably should have, brother," he confessed to Behaid. "This is a remote place at the outer edge of civilization. I care for the sick, comfort the bereaved, and mediate local squabbles, and that doesn't leave me much time for study. What have you seen in the stars?"
"The dragon has moved into the 7th house," Behaid replied glibly, "and with the moon in the ascendancy, there's a great potential for a natural disaster. I'm sure you recognize this."
"I'll have to take your word for it, brother," Turkor admitted. "That's at a level of complexity far beyond my poor understanding."
"The dragon is one of the 3 earth signs," Behaid explained, "and the moon carries strong hints of instability, earthquakes, avalanches, and the like. Anyway, as soon as I plotted the course of the bear, I realized that the disaster was going to strike here in Queron. I had an obligation to come here to warn you, so my servant and I immediately went to horse. Thank the gods that we reached you in time."
"You're a noble man, brother. Most men I know wouldn't have taken the trouble."
"It's my duty, brother. That's why I read the stars, to warn my fellow men when these things are destined to occur. Most of my fellow priests in our ways concentrate on casting horoscopes for other men for pay. I watch the stars for hints of these disasters instead."
"Were you able to pick up any signs about what kind of disaster this is going to be?"
"The position of the moon sort of hints that a mountainside's going to give way."
"An avalanche! Dear gods!"
"That's what I'm reading, yes. Some of my brothers in our ways believe that a comet's going to strike the earth, but I don't agree with them. The rooster's in the wrong house for a comet."
"A comet or avalanche, it doesn't matter much which one's going to fall on us, brother," Turkor said. "Either one would kill a lot of my neighbors."
Behaid looked around as if to make sure that they were alone.
"Has anything particularly unusual happened here lately, Brother Turkor?" he asked. "I'm reading the presence of some great evil in this vicinity. The stars seem to be combining to respond to that evil."
"Nequeros is over on the other side of the inlet, Brother Behaid," Turkor said dryly. "That's about as evil as anything's likely to get."
"No, Brother Turkor. This is something here on the Queron side. It may be concealed, though."
"It might be that witch Brother Ambho recently exposed in the village of Petelia, a mile or so down the coast to the south. Brother Ambho's a very enthusiastic witch hunter."
"A witch?"
Behaid exclaimed in mock horror.
"Brother Ambho seems to think she's a witch. His evidence isn't really very convincing, just between you and me. Her name's Leigh, and Ambho plans to burn her at the stake at sunrise tomorrow."
"Praise Deus!"
Behaid exclaimed.
"I arrived in time to talk him out of that notion."
"I doubt it, Brother Behaid. Ambho's got his heart set on burning her. He's an enthusiast about witch burning."
"I'll change his mind,"
Behaid said bleakly.
"I question that. Ambho's an absolute fanatic when it comes to witches."
"Are you telling me that word of last year's decision hasn't reached here yet?"
Behaid demanded.
There was a solemn conclave of the high clergies of all faiths, and the decision was unanimous. All witches must be sent to Always for interrogation. What's your exarch thinking of? Word of that decision was supposed to be disseminated immediately.
Queron's a long way from Always, Brother Behaid, Turco replied. I doubt if our exarch even knows where it is. Why are we supposed to send our witches to Always instead of burning them?
We must have the opportunity to question them, Brother Turco. Witches are in league with Daiba. If we can persuade them to talk, we'll be able to determine what the demon's plans are. The fate of humanity may hinge on our getting those answers.
I've never known a witch yet who was willing to even admit that she was a witch.
That's because you don't know how to question them. There are holy objects in our ways. No servant of the evil one can bear to look upon them. The pain the sight of those sacred objects causes witches and others in league with Daiva is so intense that they'll tell us everything they know if we'll just remove the object of their sight. If we can put our hands on just 2 or 3 witches, we'll know Daiva's innermost thoughts.
Evidently our beloved exarch didn't think we needed to know about that,
Turco said. We must go to Petelia and persuade Brother Ampo to turn this accursed woman over to us, so that I can take her to Always for questioning. The fate of mankind may hinge on it.
I'll get my horse,
Turco said, and he quickly went out. You are very smooth, Behaid, Althalus said admiringly.
I hated that, Behaid said. Turco's a good man.
Yes, he is, Althalus agreed. You didn't really deceive him that much, though, Behaid. The fate of man might very well depend on what we're doing. He's doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, but it's still the right thing.
You're going to have to be very eloquent to persuade Ampo to turn Leigh the witch over to you, Brother Behaid,
Turco said as they rode south.
He has a reputation for building bonfires under people without too much in the way of proof that they're really witches. All he really needs are a couple of accusations, and he'll start building fires. If I were you, I'd make some issue of what you've read in the stars. If I'm following what you told me, there's some connection between this disaster and the witch of Petelia.
You might be right about that, Turcor, Behaid agreed. The stars have been known to do that on occasion. Their messages are warnings, and very often they conceal solutions in their warnings.
He reached inside his tunic and drew out his rolled-up map of the stars.
Let me look at this again, he said.
If it doesn't quite fit, make it fit, Althalus muttered softly.
Right,
Behaid whispered his agreement.
Warn Emmy that I might need a few rocks rolling down one of these mountains to get my point across.
The priest of Petelia was a lean, cadaverous-looking man with a perpetually outraged expression on his face. His reputation had become widespread in western Queron as the result of his witch-burning activities, and the idea of turning his captive over to Behaid didn't exactly fit into his notion of the way things ought to be done.
The conclave of Avis has no authority over me, Behaid, he declared almost belligerently. Perhaps not, Amho, Behaid replied coldly, but the stars do. Ignore their warning at your own peril. Under what sign were you born? The sign of the boar, Amho replied a bit nervously. I thought as much. The stars have warned us about the men of the boar. You have the nerve to insult my sign? Amho's eyes bulged. You boars are stubborn, Behaid said flatly. Sometimes the stars have to fall down around your ears to get your attention. Then he threw up his hands. I have done as the stars commanded, he declared. I've warned you. If you choose not to listen, what happens to you isn't on my head.
The word you want is tway, pet,
Emmy murmured to Althalus.
Think of a deep, booming sound when you say it. Be a little careful with that one, though."
Althalus turned to look at the mountain that loomed over the village of Petelia. "Tway!" he commanded softly. The thunder came echoing up from miles beneath the surface of the earth. The sound was so deeply pitched that it seemed almost that it was felt rather than heard. It subsided slowly, fading off toward the northwest.
"What was that?"
Ampo exclaimed.
"I rather think it was your final warning, man of the boar," Behaid replied. "I'd suggest that you make your peace with God. I don't imagine that any of us will see the sun go down this evening if you refuse to turn your witch over to me." "That was just a coincidence," Ampo scoffed. "There's no such thing as coincidence, my brother. Everything that happens, happens by design. Choose, Ampo, choose, and know that the life or death of every living soul in Petelia hangs on your choice."
Althalus nudged the earth again, a bit more firmly this time. The cracking that came from beneath their feet was much like the sound that frozen trees in the far north make when the sundering frost explodes them, and the very earth shuddered beneath their feet. Some fairly large rocks came bouncing down the steep mountainside. "The next one should probably do it," Althalus said calmly, squinting up at the mountain. "Farewell, Master Behaid. It's been a pleasure serving you. If we're lucky, the rock slide will kill us all instantly. I hate the notion of being buried alive, don't you?"
"Take her!"
Ampo almost screamed.
"Take the witch to our ways, but make it stop."
Somehow I almost knew he was going to say that, Althalus said, to nobody in particular. Chapter 15. Leigh the witch had flaxen hair that seemed filled with an inner light, and her skin was very pale, almost like the fine marble so prized by sculptors. She was tall and slender, and her eyes were of the deepest blue, large and luminous, and very wise. She was chained to a stone pillar in the center of Petelia, a pillar much blackened by previous fires. Her expression as they came to release her seemed unconcerned, but her eyes held a great injury.
"This is but a reprieve, witch,"
Ampo said in his harsh voice as he roughly unchained her.
"The priests of the holy city of Aves will question you most severely, and they will force you to answer their questions about your foul master. Then you will burn."
"I have no master, Ampo," she replied in an untroubled voice. "I am not as you are. I have seen your soul, priest, and it is vile. What burns there is your doing, and not mine, nor the doing of all the others you have consigned to the flames. Your lust is the only evil here, and you cannot drive it away by burning the objects of your lust, as you have sought to do. Your vow is violated by your every thought, and the flames in which you shall burn are far hotter than the flames you have built for us. Go from this place, and cleanse your soul." Ampo stared at her, his haggard face filled with sudden guilt and self-loathing, and then he turned and fled. Althalus paid an outrageous price for a horse for Leigh, and then he and Behaid bade the priest Turkor farewell and rode back up into the wooded hills. When they were out of sight of the village, Althalus reined in. "Let's get rid of those chains right now," he said, dismounting and helping Leigh down from her horse. He examined the crude lock on the chain that bound her hands together. Then he unsnapped it, removed the girl's chains, and in a fit of sudden rage he hurled them back into the bushes as hard as he could. "Thank you, Althalus," she said quietly. "You know my name?" He was a bit surprised. "I do now." "Oh, dear,"
Emmy murmured. "What?" he asked, baffled.
"Drea knows that I can read your thoughts, Althalus," Leigh said with a faint smile. "I think it bothers her."
"You can do that?"
Behaid exclaimed.
"Yes, it's always puzzled me that others can't."
"So that was why Ampo wanted to burn you at the stake?"
"Not really. Ambo had taken a vow of chastity, and he kept having thoughts that violated that vow. He chooses to blame those who unwittingly stir those thoughts rather than accept the blame for them himself. Many people do that, I've noticed.
You have a great gift, Leigh.
I suppose so, if you want to look at it that way. I'd be very happy to give it to you if I could. The silence must be lovely. She looked directly at Emmy then. There is no real point in trying to hide it, Leigh, she said. They'll all know sooner or later. That was the mistake I made in Petelia. I tried to hide this so-called gift, and look what it almost got me. Get out of the way, Althalus, Emmy ordered. I can hear you without his voice, Leigh said. I don't think I really want to join you. I don't think you have much choice, Leigh, Althalus heard Emmy reply. Leigh sighed then. Perhaps not, she said in a melancholy tone.
What's happening?
Behade asked Althalus in a baffled voice. The ladies are talking, Althalus explained. He tapped his forehead with one finger. In here, he added. It's a little crowded in there right now. He looked around. Let's move along, he said. I'd like to get back to the others before dark. Twilight was settling down over the foothills of western Queron when they rejoined Ilia, Andine, and Geher at the camp back in the trees. Is she the one? Geher asked Althalus. Emmy seems to think so, Althalus replied. She's awfully pretty, isn't she? Yes, she is. That almost got her burned alive. The priest in her village had a habit of burning pretty girls at the stake. Pretty girls gave him naughty thoughts, and he seemed to believe that using them for firewood was the best way to get rid of those thoughts. Did you kill him? Geher demanded fiercely. I gave it some thought, but Emmy talked me out of it. I love Emmy dearly, but she can get so unreasonable sometimes. She doesn't approve of killing anything you don't plan to eat. If you want me to, I'll talk with Ilia. Then you could sort of distract Emmy, and Ilia and I could sneak back to that village and kill the priest. She'd find out, Althalus said rather sadly. Then she'd yell at us for at least a week. I heard that, Althalus. Emmy's voice was accusatory. I'm not at all surprised, Em. If you'd keep your nose out of things that don't concern you, you wouldn't hear so much that offends you. Do you think you could shorten Geher's leash just a bit? He's an absolute savage. I rather like him. Do we want to have Leigh read the knife this evening? Let's wait until morning. I think I'd better work on her just a bit. She really doesn't want any part of what we are doing. Did any of us? Behave yourself, pet. Yes, dear. The forest was dark and tangled, and the sky was steely gray. Althalus had lost his way, though he could not remember exactly where he'd been going before he'd entered this gloomy wood. His mind seemed to wander, and each time he tried to bring it back into focus, the hollow sound of wailing blotted out his thought, leaving him to grope mindlessly through the tangled vines and brush. It seemed that there was no end to this forbidding forest, but with a kind of helpless resignation, he grimly pushed on. His mind became suddenly alert, and he struggled up through the thought and memory as tangled as the dark wood itself, even as the hollow wail pulled him back into the depths of the world Gehend had woven about him, like the web of some dark spider. She comes, the trees sang. She comes, the vines replied. She comes, the hollow sky shrieked. Fall down before her in abject surrender. And Gehend walked once more through the wood and across the plain as the day wore on back to sunrise. And how shall you greet her, my thief? Gehend demanded of Althalus as his eyes took fire. I shall defy her, the thief replied, even as I defy you, and even as I defy your master. Your puny defiance is of no moment, Althalus.
Gend of the Burning Eyes declared, in tones of deepest contempt. For Gelter, Queen of Night, shall overcome you, and I, Servant of Darkness, shall bear you down into the pit, and Daiva, Master of all, shall claim your soul. And Althalus laughed. Your illusion has no truth, Gend, but cling to it if you must. Hold your illusion tightly to your breast, and be as wary as ever man can be. But in spite of all your care, I shall filch your illusion from out of your arms, and turn the sun once more into his proper course. Time will not return to the place he has left behind him. Your illusions are folly, and your curses hollow. I cast my defiance into the teeth of the Queen of the Night, and I cast my defiance into your teeth, Servant of Darkness, and even more I cast my defiance into the teeth of him who is your master, but never mine. And Gehen screamed, and Althalus woke up.
Are you mad?
Emmy almost shrieked at him, her voice reverberating inside his head. That's a little hard for me to know, Em, he replied calmly. Crazy people don't know that they're crazy, do they? I think we talked about that back in the house a few times. I just thought it might be sort of interesting to turn the tables on Gehend. He's trying to play with reality, but I'm a master at that. I know all sorts of ways to change the rules of any game he can devise.
You shouldn't be so surprised, Dwyer, Latha's soft voice murmured. Isn't this why you hired him in the first place? You're not supposed to be in here, Latha, Emmy said sharply. Just curious, Dwyer, Latha replied. You can't really keep me out, you know.
Do you ladies suppose you could go someplace else to discuss this? Althalus asked. I'd like to get some sleep, and you're making a great deal of noise in there. The sun was coming up when they awoke, and Althalus took Eliar and Behaid out into the woods to make a quick search of the surrounding area. This isn't exactly friendly territory, gentlemen, he cautioned them. The Querons themselves don't pose much of a threat, but we are a little too close to Nequeros for my comfort. He decided to keep Gehen's visit during the night to himself. When they returned to camp, they found Andine and Latha deep in some kind of discussion, and Geher sitting nearby with a bored look on his face. The boy's face brightened when he saw them.
Did you find anything? He asked hopefully.
We saw a deer, Eliar replied. No people, though. Let's feed the horses, gentlemen, Althalus suggested. Then I'll see about some breakfast.
I was starting to think you'd forgotten, Eliar said. I was just about to remind you.
What are the ladies talking about, Geher?
Behaid asked as they walked over to where the horses were picketed.
Clothes, mostly, Geher replied. Before that, they were talking about hair. They seem to be getting along fairly well. Of course, Emmy's laying in Andine's lap, so she might be keeping them from getting into any arguments.
Emmy is a cat girl, Geher, Eliar reminded him. She might be interested in clothes and hair, too. After they tended to the horses, they rejoined the ladies, and Althalus made breakfast for them.
Isn't that the strangest thing you ever saw? Eliar said to Latha.
Very peculiar, she agreed, watching with a certain surprise as Eliar fell on his breakfast enthusiastically.
He's a growing boy,
Behaid explained to her. After Eliar's third helping of breakfast, Emmy spoke briefly to Althalus.
Let's show Latha the knife, pet, she suggested. I'm almost certain I know where we are supposed to go next, but let's play by the rules.
All right, dear, he replied. He looked at Latha. We've got a little formality we should get out of the way, Latha, he told her. You're supposed to read the knife along about now.
It won't really hurt, Latha,
Andine told her new friend.
It's a little surprising, that's all. It made me a little dizzy, but it didn't seem to bother Geher at all. Do you know how to read?
Yes, Latha replied. The script I read isn't quite the same as yours, but I don't think that's going to make any difference.
Elia wiped his mouth on his sleeve and took out the knife. "I'm not threatening you or anything, Leigh," he assured her. "There's something written on the blade that you're supposed to read." "Yes," she said. "Show it to me." Elia held the knife out to her in his left hand. "You've got it upside down," she told him. "Oh," he replied, switching hands. "Sorry, what does it say to you?" "Listen," she replied quite simply. The song of the knife seemed somehow richer this time, and even more profound. Elia looked just a bit startled. Then Leigh reached out and laid her hand on his wrist. "Don't take it away just yet," she said, still looking intently at the shining blade. Then she began to tremble, and she swayed as if about to fall. The Haid quickly caught her. "Don't do that, Leigh," Emmy scolded, usurping Althalus' voice. "I'm sorry, Dwyer," Leigh replied in a shaken voice. "I had to know. There's so much there. Too much to take in all at once, dear." Emmy replied. "I was right, Althalus. It's time for us to go back home." "That's a long way, Em," he said dubiously, "and winter's not very far off." "I have it on the very best authority that we'll make it, pet." "I made it almost too easy for Ambo back in Petelia," Leigh was telling Undine as they rode on up into the mountains. "I amused the other village girls by telling their fortunes. I knew what they were thinking and what they really wanted, so I could go a little further than promising them all rich husbands, fine houses, and whole platoons of children. Ambo twisted that around to convince the village elders that I was a witch." "What's it like?" Undine asked curiously. "Hearing the thoughts of others, I mean?" "Disturbing," Leigh replied. "What many people say and what they are thinking don't always exactly match. We're much closer to being animals than most of us would care to admit." She looked around to make sure that Elia was ahead and well out of earshot. "Your feelings about him are very confused, aren't they, Undine? One side of your thoughts wants to slaughter him because he killed your father, but another side finds him physically very attractive." "I do not," Undine protested, blushing furiously. "Yes, you do, Undine," Leigh smiled. "It's not your fault, you know. This is what I was talking about when I told you that we're all part animal. Maybe someday we should talk it over with Dwyer. She's the one who arranges those things, or so I understand." Leigh looked over at Emmy, who was watching and listening with a great deal of interest from her usual place in Althalus Wood. "Did you want to join in, Dwyer?" she asked with artful innocence. "Never mind," Emmy replied shortly. "Why do you use that other name when you talk to Emmy?" Undine asked curiously. "It's who she really is, Undine," Leigh said, shrugging. "And she's not really a cat. In her own reality, she looks much as we do, except that she's much more beautiful." "She cheats." "Of course she does," Leigh replied. "Don't we all? Don't we put soot on our eyelashes to make them look longer? Don't we pinch our cheeks to make them look rosier? Dwea's a girl, the same as you and I are. She's a much better cheat than we are, though." "That will do, Leigh," Emmy said quite firmly. "Well, aren't you?" Leith's blue eyes went innocently wide. "I said that will do." "Yes, ma'am." Then Leigh laughed. "I don't want any clever remarks from you either, Althalus." "I didn't say anything, Em." "Well, don't." They crossed the mountains of Queron and rode on down into Hule without incident. Despite Emmy's reassurances, Althalus pushed their horses as much as he dared. The idea of being caught by an early snowstorm in northern Cagua didn't appeal to him very much. Better, he felt, to arrive a week or so early than a half-year late. They avoided the few settlements in Hule and made good time. Despite his objections to civilization, Althalus was forced to admit that roads did make travel somewhat easier and much faster. It was late autumn by the time they reached the foothills of Cagua,
and they'd been together as a group for more than a month now. They'd all grown accustomed to Undine's vocal extremes and to Elia's overwhelming interest in food. Althalus and Behaid had smoothed over some of Geher's rough edges, and on several occasions they found Leith's special ability quite useful, particularly when they wanted to avoid contact with local inhabitants. Leith's melancholy was no longer quite so pronounced, and she and the sometimes explosive Undine had grown very attached to each other. They turned toward the northeast at the indistinct frontier between Hule and Kagwa, and they more or less followed the same route Althalus had taken some 25 centuries earlier on his journey to the house at the end of the world. "Things were a lot different then," he reminded Behaid one afternoon when they were nearing the precipice he still thought of as the edge of the world.
"It was quite a while back, Althalus,"
Behaid noted. "Why, I do believe you're right," Althalus replied in mock astonishment.
"All right," Behaid said, laughing. "I was being obvious, wasn't I? Sometimes I get this overpowering urge to preach little homilies."
"When we get to the house, the book may cure you of that." Then Althalus remembered something. "Are you still examining the stars every night, Behaid?" he asked, trying to make the question sound casual.
"It's a habit, I guess. I still can't quite shake off the notion that the stars control our destinies."
Althalus shrugged. "It's a clean, inexpensive hobby, I suppose, so watch the sky all you want. You might start paying particular attention to the north. I think the northern sky may have a surprise for you before too much longer."
"Oh, I'm very familiar with that part of the sky, Althalus. I'm sure there's not much up there that'll surprise me."
"We'll see." Althalus squinted off to the southwest. "We'd better start looking for a place to camp," he said. "Sunset's not too far off." They reached the edge of the world about 2 days later.
"How could you have possibly believed that the world came to an end here?"
Undine asked Althalus.
"There are all those white mountains out there."
"They weren't there then, Your Highness," Althalus explained.
"I asked you not to call me that,"
she told him. "Just practicing my good manners, Undine," he told her.
"Well, don't practice on me. You don't have to keep reminding me what a silly girl I used to be."
They made their camp by the dead tree at the edge of the world, and Althalus called up fish for supper.
"Fish," Geher objected. "Again?"
"We have to sort of keep Emmy happy, Geher," Eliar explained. "Fish is supposed to be good for you anyway."
"Why haven't you told them, pet?"
Emmy asked Althalus. "I don't want to spoil the surprise, kitten," he replied innocently.
"You're being childish."
He shrugged. "Advancing age, no doubt. Please don't interfere. I want to see their faces when it happens."
"When are you ever going to grow up, Althalus?"
"Never, I hope." "Elia," Althalus said after supper, "why don't you and Geher gather up a little more firewood? We'll need some in the morning."
"Right,"
the young Aram agreed, rising to his feet.
"Come along, Geher."
The two of them went back across the narrow strip of grass to a grove of stunted trees to pick up limbs. After a little while, Geher cried out sharply,
"Althalus!"
The boy's voice was shrill.
"The sky's on fire!"
My, Althalus replied blandly. "Imagine that."
"That was cruel, Althalus," Leitha scolded him. "Why didn't you tell them about the northern lights?"
"I thought they might enjoy the fire more if they discovered it for themselves," he replied. They all went to look, of course. The fire of God was particularly bright that night, shimmering and pulsating in great undulating waves in the northern sky.
"What is that?"
Undine demanded, her voice frightened.
"It's called by many names," Leitha replied, "and people have many explanations for it. Some of the explanations are very far-fetched, and religion always seems to play some part in them."
Behaid was gaping at the seething light to the north.
"Which astrological house would you say that's in, Behaid?"
Althalus asked slyly.
I couldn't say,"
the Head faltered.
"It keeps moving."
"Do you suppose it might be a portent of some kind?" "He's teasing you, the Head," Leigh told the young priest. "Nobody in northern Queron even pays any attention to those lights anymore."
"They stretch all the way across the north?"
The Head's voice was trembling.
"Evidently so. I didn't know you could see them here as well as in Queron."
"Does that light burn every night?"
"You can't see it so much when it's cloudy, and it's much more visible at certain seasons."
"You knew this was going to happen, didn't you, Althalus?" the Head accused.
"I was fairly sure we'd notice it eventually," Althalus replied. "I found it moderately interesting the first time I saw it."
Then he remembered something he hadn't thought of for a very long time.
"I was on my way to the house at the end of the world to steal the book the first time I saw it. I was fairly superstitious at the time, and I was positive that the fire in the sky was God's way of warning me away. Then one night I went up over to the edge of the world and looked out. The moon was up, and there were clouds down below the edge. I lay down in the grass and watched the moonlight and God's fire playing along the top of those clouds. It was probably the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Then, that night, I had a dream about a very beautiful lady who told me that if I went with her, she'd care for me forever. I had my suspicions about the source of that dream." He sent a quick, sly glance back over his shoulder at Emmy. "Why would I do that, pet?" she said with exaggerated innocence. "Little old me?"
Lather laughed.
"How much farther is it, Althalus?"
Heliar asked on a chill, cloudy afternoon a few days later.
"I'm starting to smell snow in the air."
"We're fairly close now," Althalus replied, squinting off to the south. "These mountains are starting to look very familiar."
"What's that?"
Undine exclaimed, as the familiar, haunted, wailing sound began to faintly echo from the nearby peaks. "Let's close up here," Althalus commanded. "That's Gend out there. We don't want to be spread out just now."
"Gend himself?"
the Head asked, his voice alarmed.
"Maybe, maybe not. Any time you hear that screaming, though, you'll know that Gehend or one of his underlings isn't very far away."
"No," Lather said.
"Not far at all. She's very impressive, but her horse seems to have wandered."
Althalus looked sharply at the pale girl from Queron.
"She's out there,"
Lather said calmly, pointing toward the north. The clouds had built up beyond the edge of the world, dirty grey clouds that seethed and boiled in the vagrant air currents rising off the ice below, and a dark figure sat astride a black horse on a roiling pinnacle of cloud. The figure was obviously a woman. Her gleaming, tight-fitting breastplate made that abundantly clear. Her black hair streamed in the wind, and she held an archaic-looking spear. There was a large sword with a wide curved blade at her belt. Her features were angular and very cold.
"I am Gelta, Queen of the Night,"
she declaimed in a hollow voice.
"You are the image of Gelta," Lather corrected, "and quite insubstantial. Go back to Gehend and tell him that he should carry his own messages." "Have a care, mind leech," the dark figure spat. "Speak not so to me, or I shall give you cause to regret your words." "We go to the house at the end of the world," Lather replied quite calmly. "If you wish to discuss this further, visit us there, if you dare." "Try Defrieux, pet," Emmy suggested, rather sharply. "It might not bother Gelta, but her horse may not care for it all that much."
Althalus chuckled. Then he looked at the heavily armed Queen of Night.
"Better hold on,"
he called to her. Then he snapped the word.
"Defrieux!"
Her horse screamed as they fell down through the clouds and vanished.
"Well, that's the last of them," Emmy said complacently. "I was sort of wondering when she was going to show up."
"You knew we'd see her?" Lather asked.
Of course. Symmetry, Leigh. We've encountered all the others along the way. Gend would never have left Gelter out.
Is it just coincidence that there are as many of them as there are of us? Althalus asked.
Of course not.
Emmy started to settle back in.
We'll be meeting them all again, won't we, Dea?
Leigh asked.
Naturally,
Emmy said.
That's what this has all been about, dear Leigh.
Will you be able to talk out loud again when we get back to the house, Em? Althalus asked.
Yes, why?
Just curious. It'll be sort of nice not to have you ladies using my head for a meeting hall. Elia was looking at Leigh with an awed sort of expression.
I'm very glad you're on our side, ma'am, he said. You don't back away from anybody at all, do you?
Not often, no.
Let's move along,
Althalus said.
There won't be any more of Gen's surprises once we go inside the house.
They reached the house at the tag end of a blustery morning when tattered clouds had been spitting stinging pellets of snow at them since daybreak.
"It's enormous,"
Behade exclaimed, staring at the vast granite structure.
Just a little place Emmy and I like to think of as home,
Althalus replied. Let's get in out of this wind. They crossed the drawbridge, the hooves of their horses clattering on the thick, heavy planks.
Why did you leave the drawbridge down when you came out?
Elia asked Althalus.
That's an open invitation to anybody who happens by.
Not really, Althalus disagreed. The only people who can see the house are the people who are supposed to see it.
It's right out in the open, Althalus.
Not to the people who aren't supposed to see it, it isn't. Althalus led them on into the courtyard and swung down from his horse.
You know where the stables are, don't you, Althalus?
Emmy asked, speaking aloud in her own voice.
She talks,
Undine exclaimed. Oh, yes, Althalus chuckled. I'm sure that before long you'll wish she didn't.
Take care of the horses, Althalus,
Emmy said very firmly.
I'll take the ladies inside out of the weather.
She climbed out of the hood of his cloak and dropped silently to the flagstones.
There's fresh hay in the stable. Unsaddle the horses and feed them. Then come inside. We'll be in the tower.
Yes, dear, he replied. Emmy, her tail moving sinuously, led Undine and Leigh inside, while Althalus and the others took the horses across the courtyard.
"That's going to take a bit of getting used to,"
Behade observed. Oh, yes, Althalus agreed, unsaddling his horse. When I first came here, I was positive that the house had driven me insane. Sometimes I'm still not completely certain that all my wheels are running in the same direction. The house had a familiar smell to it when Althalus led Behade, Elia, and Geher inside and down the corridor to the stairs that went up to the room at the top of the tower.
"It's really quite warm, isn't it?"
Behade said, unfastening the front of his cloak.
"These halls aren't the least bit draughty."
Whoever built it did a very good job,
Elia agreed. I'm sure he'll be glad you approve, Althalus noted.
Who did build it, Althalus?
The one who lived here, most likely. He likes to do things himself, or so his book says. They reached the door at the top of the stairs, and Althalus rapped.
May we come in?
He asked. The door opened, by itself, evidently.
What was that all about?
Emmy asked. Elias been giving me lessons in manners. Emmy, Undine, and Leigh were seated on the bison robe-covered bed, and the dome overhead was glowing faintly. It's good to be back home, Althalus said, removing his cloak.
Don't get all settled in, pet,
Emmy told him.
I've made some other arrangements.
What's wrong with staying right here the way we used to?
Have you happened to notice that there are two different kinds of people in our little group, pet? We have these girl people here with me, and you have those boy people over there with you.
All right, he said.
Were you aware of the differences between boy people and girl people?
I said all right, Em. In most places it isn't considered nice for girl people and boy people to sleep together until after certain formalities have been attended to. Did you know that, pet?"
"Does she do that a lot?"
Gurr asked. "All the time," Althalus said sourly.
"Go back downstairs, Althalus," Emmy said in a pleasant tone. "There's a large room on the right-hand side. That's where the boy people are going to sleep. Do not try to open the door on the left-hand side of the stairs, where the girl people and I are going to sleep, because if you do, I'll claw off the front of your head."
The room to the right of the stairs was large and well furnished. Althalus had looked into that room once when he'd first come to the house centuries before, and it had been totally empty. Now that Emmy could use the book herself rather than going through him, she'd evidently given her creativity full rein. The floor of the room was carpeted, there were drapes at the windows, and there was a fair amount of heavy, ornate furniture. The beds were large, with blankets and pillows, and there was a massive table in the center of the room with 4 large chairs. There was a cheery fire in the large fireplace, and as Althalus had more or less expected, a large bathtub in one corner.
"I hadn't realized that Emmy could be quite so—"
Behae groped for a word. "Snippy, you mean?" Althalus supplied. "Oh, yes, Emmy comes from the capital city of Snip. What would you gentlemen like for supper?"
"Anything but fish,"
Gurr said quickly.
"I'd sort of like beef, myself,"
Eliar suggested.
"Lots and lots of beef."
Althalus could not seem to get to sleep. He'd returned to the house, but without Emmy curled up beside him, purring softly, he couldn't drift off. He finally gave up, threw off his blanket, and went out into the corridor. The house seemed the same, but without Emmy it was empty for him. He gloomily went up the stairs to the familiar room at the top. He stood at the north window looking out at the ice with a sour discontent rankling at him. Then he heard a soft sound coming from behind him, and everything was all right again. The sound of Emmy's purring welcomed him home.
"Come," he heard her say. "Come with me, pet, and I will care for you."
And he turned, filled with more than astonishment. The girl from his ancient dream sat on the bison-robed bed beyond the table where the Book of Dewas lay, and her face and form were more beautiful than he remembered.
"Come to me, my beloved Althalus," she purred. "I will care for you."